Turns out streaming is like super complicated, and I can really know what I'm doing. I do know how to trim my hair, at least. So we'll see what this looks like when all the chaos has passed. Ooh, it's golden hour and I'm missing. In the future, at some point, I might have to do something to just figure out how to make a live stream of how to cut my hair. Hello, if you're there. I hope that you can see this and that it hasn't been so crazy. Just trimming my hair and finger detangling it because finger detangled it last night, but it just likes to grow itself right back together. How do you do? Let me know if I'm loud enough. I've got the headphones and hopefully that microphone is connected, but I'm not quite sure if that's what's picking up my voice or if it's something else. Let's see. What are those sections like really tangled? I think it's this morning at 6 a.m. after detangling my hair all night. I tied my hair up and immediately passed out on my bed and slept about a couple of hours and then came back to cut my hair. Freaking fairy nuts. I don't know. I almost a quarter of the way through the trimming, which is great. Not making horrible time, but it's a really slow process for me because I have fine, fragile hair, and I have to be very delicate. So that's how it got so long. It's respecting that fact and being careful. I'm not somebody who can tear through their hair and live to tell the story. I know somebody like that. He's got hair strands that are basically like steel, and I just have no idea how on earth he doesn't get breakage because I feel like the wind winks at me and goes in the other direction. Doesn't even blow at me. And my hair's like, oh, you don't say. Are those fighting words? So I've made peace with the amount of time it takes, and then halfway through the amount of time it takes, I make less peace. Yeah, and then I get over it. I develop a new inkling of patience to integrate into myself. It's like it's personal. It has been stretched with twist, and oh, we actually reconnected this time. Cool beans. Signal's been so bad. I don't know if it's because I'm in the bathroom drying my hair or like what. Detangling is making me really buff. Like my arms are secretly just jacked because of this. I think it's the fine muscle movements in my hands and holding my hands above my head whenever I have to style my hair. And I have a funny story about that. I had somebody It was being like really creepy to me. May had invited me over to the apartment to work out, and I'm like, no, Mr. Sir, not totally. Are you mine elder? But I am reserved. I am not interested in your advances, Mr. Guy. And he was just like, oh yeah, you can come over and work out. And then I looked at him and I said, sir, I'm a couch potato. And he said, but your arms. And I said, what do you mean? But I know what he meant. So, anyway, we're just gonna make our arms more both way. Taking forever to do this and finger detailing the whole way. Yeah, I just think that story is really funny. Of just somehow doing my hair has made my arms strong looking enough to the passerby for them to think that hitting on me by offering to work out is a valid option, and it's just eh? Me? I'd love to be a person that works out, but I skateboard, and that's my favorite workout, and I like walking and going on hiking trails and just looking at nature. But I don't own any weights, and the gym is expensive. So I've got my little longboard that I've had since I was 16, I think, and I like riding that around still. I wear a helmet now because I told myself, oh no, I told myself that when I turn 30, I have to wear knee pads, and that's next year. But I like having joints that work and aren't completely shattered. So I guess next year I'll put like stickers on my cute little knee pads and then go for a skateboard. And I've thought about maybe one day making a tutorial of styles that I can fit my helmet on over. But the problem is the only style I can get my helmet on over is mini twist. Those are the perfect helmet style. Mini twist with a silk scarf keeps the helmet from rubbing my hair. But then, since it's summer, it's just so dang hot. And my little helmet is silver now. I started wearing it, I think, maybe at 25. Um, just because I just decided, like, listen, if you crack your head, you're not 60. You're not going to heal in a normal way. So I mostly just cruise, but I know a few longboard dancing tricks. I like longboard dancing. I guess that's a random fun fact about me. I really like skateboarding. I solely watch the Olympics to watch skateboarding with my partner. And there's other cool things going on during the Olympics that we watch like every 4 years. But skateboarding is clearly the best. In my opinion. I don't know. There seems to be 3 people here. You guys watch the Olympics? Do you have a favorite sport? The reason why I'm doing this is so that my hair lays where it's supposed to on my head and the right layers. This isn't a tutorial though, because it's going to be janky. But that's fine with me. The shrinkage is a blessing and it'll disguise any uneven haircut. Every single section that I cut a little bit off of to get the fairy knots, and I don't really have split ends, weirdly, because I search and destroy every single time I manipulate my hair with my hair scissors. I really don't mess around. Um, and every time I freshly cut an end, it just makes me so happy because like at first I'm nervous. I'm just like, oh, I'm gonna lose a little bit of length, but then it's so easy to detangle, and it's just such a relief. And I just think about, oh, when I do mini twists, oh boy, it's gonna be a breeze. And apparently, I get my thrills in the most boring possible way. We're almost a quarter done, so this is almost a quarter of my hair now. Yeah. Oh, there it is. Okay, this will be the last piece for this back section, at least the left back section. I've got my silk scarf on as a top because I don't want my newly trimmed hair to catch on it at all. So, oh boy. It's hot. Like, it's extremely hot outside, and we've got a heat advisory. And this is probably too much information, but it's so hot that I'm a little bit nauseous. It's like terrible. I found that if you don't open the windows when it's like that outside, um, it's not as bad. And this is probably the coolest room in the house, in the apartment that I live in. So, hello, nice to see you. Want to talk? How you doing? I'm just trapped in the dungeon of my bathroom for how many hours it takes to get through the rest of my hair. I'm adding a little bit of shea butter because it helps align the hairs so they don't slip and slide all over the place while I trim them. I guess for funsies, could compare the back section on the left side to the back section on the right side. Oh, prepare to meet your end fairy nuts, and I suppose fairy nuts at the ends. When there are fairy nuts up throughout the shaft, because all your hair is at different stages of growth anyway. I get to those by search and destroying. Search and destroying, if you don't know, is just taking a pair of hair scissors and cutting any split end, that's my reminder to drink water. Um, it clearly does not work, but I'm afraid to drink water right now because I don't want to have to pause the live again. So do it later. Um, Come on, brain. No, it's gone. Whatever I was just thinking or talking about, absolutely gone. Disappeared. Fell out of my head. I think I'll take the other side down to compare the difference between my trimmed hair and untrimmed hair, at least in my back quadrant for funsies, since I'm going to be here for hours, so might as well have fun somehow. Hello. If you're joining, if you want to talk or ask me any questions, that would be cool. I'm just detangling and trimming my hair. I don't use combs or brushes, and I don't know how, and every time I try to, um, it ends in disaster, and it ends with me looking at the brush like, spawn. Demon spawn. And I've seen all these fancy brushes around for detangling, and especially like detangling forcing hair. But like, no, I really don't think that it'll work for me. I wish there was like a magical comb or something that made sense for my hair, but I have sort of subtle layers that I've always had. So my hair is like in a U or V shape when it's from the back. Oh, hey, that's cording my hair down. Now for the other 3/4. So far, it's a little gross. I've cut off this much. It's no big deal in comparison. A little while ago, maybe 6 years ago, that would have been all or more than all of the hair I had on my head. In the other live stream, I was talking about hi. I I don't even know what to say about this. This is a lot. It's a lot. These are my babies. I'm just gonna pretend that's not there. Okay, no, excuse me. Up there, y'all, behave. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna be careful and we're gonna behave. Quick a balloon. If you haven't noticed, I forget what I'm talking about as I'm talking about it. Um, this is the back side that hasn't been trimmed, and this side. Yes, this side has been trimmed. If you want to say hi, say hi. I'll say hi back. So, trimmed, not trimmed. And it's mirrored, so it's a little funny. I guess compare what I have done to what I haven't done real fast. And then we continue the quest. This is the untrimmed side. So here we go. Excuse my Jim Jams and my actual soul scarf is top. This before trimming, but along this way and the reason this is getting trimmed is because there's fairy knots at the end. Hi. It's here and pull down from the front, and then from the back, I finally reached tailbone length. Why? But I'll give you a hair 360. Okie So, oh right, the side that is trimmed, part that I just cut. Let's put this in a bun. I can do little buns without trying that hard anymore. What on earth is Telegram? How old are you? What? I don't understand. I'm old and out of touch. Oh, you see, I'm 11 years older than you, and that would be weird. I also have a partner, and he's very sweet. What is Telegram? So the trim side is at my hip, like right at my hip bone in the front. I literally just turned 29 yesterday, on the 19th. So I'm pretty freaking old. So, um, oh, I'm still almost at tailbone. Oh, okay. My hair was longer than I thought. Okay. Well, dang. Are you learning how to cut your hair? Is that why you're here? I wouldn't exactly take my advice, but yeah, this is just how I do it. Since this side is done, put it in a little bun. And just when I do the bun to keep my hair out of the way, I put my thumb like this, wrap my hand around like this, up, pull, through. Done. That's cute. Now we're gonna separate out and then continue the flight. And we're just gonna. This is my life. I think I'm enjoying it actually. I'm having a lot of fun. I didn't like how weird it looked. It was like an entire baseball of hair at the top of my head. So maybe if I shift it this way, it's not just like the basketball version of Arnold the Football Head. That reference shows that yeah, I'm old, quite old, gratefully old. Okay, so now we're doing the other back quadrant and just keep going and we'll be done not soon. And then, as a little reward, I'll have some more birthday cake. And then tomorrow I'll put more roses on my head and go enjoy my day. There seems to be 5 people here. Do you have any questions about natural hair or my hair or my hair journey or anything? And try not to hit the mic. What I'll do is hopefully I'm still audible that way. Just trimming up my hair and oh, there's the scissors. Okay. Anybody else here? I've been listening to some new music lately. I've been getting, I suppose, new to me music. Been listening to some Moses Sumney, which I've really been enjoying. I've found a lot of new fun things, new to me fun things to listen to this year. Which every year, I think in the summer, my playlist gets better, and then all winter, to stave off seasonal depression completely ineffectively, I just listen to the same songs I listen to all summer to make myself feel like it'll end. It'll end soon. But I live in a place of eternal frickin' winter. I'm just like, oh, 6 months? Snow. And then, actually, the snow starts about late November. A couple of years ago when I moved to this area, it started in like October, and I was looking around going, what is that? Why is it doing that? It's just the north. So, if at the most I've seen it snow, I've seen it snow in October, and then I've seen it snow on May 9th. So, October, November, December, January, February, March, April. This is why I'm vitamin D deficient. So, when it's summer, I just bask in the glory of the sun and just get as much vitamin D and like melanin as I can and just try to charge up like a solar powered charger, getting ready for the winter. Then winter comes, all of it goes away, my nice tan goes away, and I'm not built for this. There's a fairy knot here, and this is why it takes me so long. Is I've got to detangle this thing and can't rip through it even if I am cutting my hair. Because if I did that, I wouldn't have any hair. So this is just what I do personally. If there's a fairy knot that I can't get out, I cut the hairs each at the length that they enter the knot instead of just cutting straight across to retain as much length as possible. And then I'm just finger detangling. A while ago, this area I had to cut. So this is slightly shorter than the rest of my hair. And sometimes I just cut this little bit that I'm growing out as well to make sure those ends are not terrible. But we'll see. Hi, if you would like to comment, if you would like to ask a question, I'm just sitting here combing my hair, and I've got 3/4 of my hair left to go, so it's gonna be forever. I'll be here for a while, and then I won't be. Don't know when I'll be back. But I guess a little bit about my hair. It's probably reiterating at this point. I've got 4C tailbone length, trimming it maybe like half an inch above now and then grow it back out. But currently, before I cut this part, tailbone length hair. I have fine strands, high density. What else is there? A fine to medium strands, high density. This, specifically only this bit on both sides of my knee are slightly looser, but when it shrinks up, it seems like it's just a larger size of 4C curls, because I've noticed that while all my hair is 4C, some of the curls are smaller than the diameter of a pen spring, and some of them are about that size, or like the size of probably the world's skinniest pen. It's actually a really cool thing to see close up, because when you look at my individual hair strands, they're all flat. They're not circular. I have flat hair strands, kind of like those flat hair not hair, flat headphones from the 2010s that everybody used to have that were supposedly supposed to not break as easily. But yeah, that's basically what my hair is like. And there is, well, there's a lot of it. And so when I do my hair, since I exclusively finger detangle to retain length because I have fine hair, I have to be really careful with it. It just takes forever. And so since it takes forever, that's why I'm doing a live stream. So my phone doesn't catch fire. Trying to do, yes, okay, cool. 4 hours of footage or something like that. It's probably gonna be more. I don't remember when I started trying to figure out this live stream thing tonight, but it was a while ago. And I've been cutting my hair for at least an hour before that. So the very base of my nape is always finer, like this part, than the rest of my hair. And I think I just have extra fine hair there. So, contrary to popular belief, the part of my hair that has the slightly looser curls is a little bit harder to manage. Okay, so I don't know if you can see it, but this part has so many fairy knots, and that's why I have to cut that part off. And once or twice a year, I just do this and get it over with. And it's really enjoyable if you want to watch every single Marvel Avengers movie. I think last year I watched okay, I watched that one with the Flurkin. I think it was Secret Invasion. And I really enjoyed the definitely not a cat thing. Gotta remember which one I've cut and which one I haven't, so I'm gonna start the loop again. I done lift. Sometimes when I want to make a bun, I'm not even joking, I'll just tie 2 knots in my hair and then put them together and make a giant, like, high puff bun. And it keeps my ends tucked in, but I look like Marie Antoinette. So separating out, making apart. Ooh, 2 updo. Thanks. Have any questions or just want to tell me about your day or anything like that? Listen. Oh, hello, 7th person. Howdy, how you doing? Goodbye. It seems they've left. Okie dokie. Somehow the kids have found me. Don't know how that happened. I have no idea how live streams get recommended to people. So don't really know what to talk about for this whole time because I know that it always takes me hours to trim my hair. But last year when I trimmed my hair in October, which I'm doing again now. I usually do it once or twice, typically twice a year if I've neglected my hair a bit, because, you know, but wow, I see why you need to be trimmed. Last year, I watched the Secret Invasion thing in full because I had to do the wash day, the detangle, the blow dry, the cut, and then the flat iron. And I also spent a good amount of time watching Clifford the Big Red Dog on Netflix, and it was just so cute and sweet. It was like a live action version of it, and it's just there's some magical man in it with polka dot socks, and all of Brooklyn helping out this giant red dog fighting the man and the evil corporation that was like definitely totally rip off Jeff Bezos. I don't know. If you want any random hair facts, just ask me. Ask me a question, and there's a chance that I can give you a detailed answer of how that thing works for funsies. Or how I do something in particular and why. I think I've explained a couple times why I finger detangle my hair, but it just reduces breakage. I can say I'm only detangling on dry hair because I'm trimming my hair and I need to be very stretched for that. And it's already shrinking. I like to trim blow dried hair as opposed to my shrunken hair because I can just get a better idea of what I'm looking at. And so it is shrunken, but it's not too bad. Hello. Um, the heat is just messing me all the way up. It's so warm. We just passed the longest day of the year on the 20th. Oh, something cool that you may not know about. It's the solar maximum in the sun cycle, like as far as space weather goes, which really into neat space things and like lately meteor showers, and I saw the eclipse a little while ago. I've seen a couple eclipses. But we're in solar maximum this year, so I think it's a 12-year cycle, right? And that's why last year you saw, I don't know where you live, but if you live far north, or even in the south, and at least if you live in America, um, you probably saw the aurora borealis for the first time because I saw even all the way down in Beaufort, South Carolina. Um, that's where I'm from. There were northern lights that you could see through the palm trees. And the reason why that was happening is because we're in the 12th year of the solar cycle when there's the most activity on the sun, which is pretty neat. And that means that we'll have more unusual aurora borealis and I guess aurora australis shows. So, last year in October, I saw the aurora with just my eyes, and it was the first time I had ever seen anything like that. And I went up to the hiking trail and just watched it for a while, and it was so beautiful. But there is, I think it might be on the NOAA website, there is a daily updater. You might be able to Google it, but it will tell you when the next solar storm is going to hit Earth in I'm not a scientist, I might be using the terminology wrong, at what magnitude. And then you'll see if you get like a G1 or G3 or G5 storm. A G5 storm is the strongest one, where you should be able to see the aurora borealis with your naked eyes. And it's so pretty. So if you know what to look for, if you know what to check to see when it's coming, or when there's been a coronal mass ejection or any like activity with the sun, and interference with, I think it's our magnetic sphere, then you could go see the aurora borealis basically from your backyard. If you live north, or if the conditions are right and it dips all the way down south, like it did before. So the one in October, you could see it all the way in England, which is pretty cool. Another cool thing that's coming up, like space weather, in July, there's not a massive meteor shower, but there's going to be a meteor shower. And the one I like the most is actually in August. So they're called the Perseids, and I think you get up to 150 meteors per hour. So you're guaranteed to see a shooting star if you go out in the middle of the night during a certain date. Like there's a range of dates where you could see it, but there's this time, there's the peak season, like not the peak season, but there's a peak night. So it'll be across 2 nights, and you could see meteor showers and just go out there into the nice warm August night, take a night picnic, watch the stars, make some wishes, see something you've never seen before, literally for free. Like just go somewhere dark. You don't need binoculars. You don't need anything. So that's coming up soon. That's just things on my summer bucket list that I'm looking forward to after I trim my hair and escape the bathroom. Help me. Again, by the end of this, I just start getting loopy. But yeah, that's the space weather has been something I've been really into lately. I don't want to give away personal information, but I've been doing very specific things with volunteering in my spare time, and I'm learning about certain US wars that were neat to learn about, and learning history and being able to tell people that visit the place I volunteer about the history of the area I live in. And I really love doing that. Thank you so much. Hi, thank you for coming. It's so cool to be doing hair together. Bless you too. Yeah. You made my day. Thank you. But just, there's so many cool things. Like you can go to so many museums, and like volunteers will just tell you everything that you want to know. And the admission prices are fairly low if you go to your local museum and just enjoy it. And my favorite thing, just slightly related to the space thing, is a little girl that came into the place to volunteer at. And she's so sweet. And she was telling me about how much she loves space. And it made me want to learn more about like maritime navigation with the stars, just so that if she came back, I'd be able to tell her everything I knew. And she's talking to me about the stars and how much she likes space. And it was absolutely fascinating. And her dad was just like, oh, the lady doesn't want to hear about that. And I was like, the lady does. Please go on. No, I'm fine. You can tell me information. I love information. And it was just really nice. And I remember her now. And I remember now to point out the little night sky booklets we have in our gift shops. And I keep thinking about that interaction and just how nice it was to be an adult that could like listen to a child talking about something they're fascinated about and not rush her, not make her feel like she has to be quiet, not make her feel like somebody doesn't want to hear all her cool, fun facts. Like, people do want to hear, people do want to listen to you. What you have to say is cool. You're cool. And just, it might feel like it's a lot, and you might have been told, oh, well, I'll be quiet about this thing now because typically people tell me to. Just, you don't have to. Yeah. Ella, mozzarella. I like your name. I also like mozzarella. Um, how are you? Do you have any plans to watch the meteor shower in August? You can see it basically everywhere. There's this really cool lady that's like a professor on YouTube, and she does space weather news prediction. I've been watching her, and I don't understand a word she's saying. I understand a few little things, but for the most part, I have no idea what she's talking about. I just like to watch her. So, I forget exactly her name, but she's trying to do a space program, like a certificate to teach people how to predict space news and do like space weather forecasting. So if you're here, please say hi. I'm stuck in this bathroom trimming my hair, detangling with my hands. But this is really fun. It's fun to hang out with people. It's nice. And I'm just rambling. I gotta ramble a little bit less though. I've lost complete track of what I'm doing because I get really excited about space. Like, really excited about space. And I also get really excited about hair. So basically, if I get to do my hair and talk about space at the same time, I'm a really happy camper and I could go a mile a minute. Here we go. This is getting smoother now. Never mind. I spoke too soon. Okay, one of you needs to. Ah, there. Yeah, that's it. Go up here. No, don't all come down. Here we go. This is kind of relaxing after a while, just because it's meditative. You just keep doing the same thing over and over. And kind of wish life worked like this. It does in ways where you keep going, you keep plugging away at it. Eventually, you come to an end and you've accomplished the thing that you want to accomplish. And you can sigh a sigh of relief, go lay down, and then wait for the next thing to come for you to just plug away at until it's done. Um, oh, cool. Have a great night. Thanks for coming. You're so sweet. I really need my night. fun space things. Oh, it's 8 o'clock at night. Want to hear about quantum mechanics? Bad quantum mechanics, as told by somebody with no science degree and who just likes reading things in the middle of the night and getting lost in the sauce. There is a fun little concept out there of the idea that reality is unstable. So, I don't know, it's been a while since I read about this, so it's something that you should totally fact check. And it's theoretical, but not theoretical as in like theoretically next week I'll ride a horse into the ocean. It's like scientifically theoretical, so viable idea. Um, and it's the idea that reality is actually unstable. And basically, if you could think of everything that exists, all of existence, all of what is, as a bubble of reality, yeah? What this idea says, uh, goodness, is that because reality is unstable, that bubble could pop. And then out of nowhere, everything could just disappear. We wouldn't know that it happened. We wouldn't see it coming. And just as that same concept, that reality is unstable, it also would lend to non-reality being unstable. So out of nothing, something suddenly, for no reason at all, sort of like a bubble popping or unpopping. And that's us and what we're in. So like, I don't know, it's crazy to me to think, oh, that's a miracle. Hi, thank you. Nice to see you. It's, I don't know, I just thought that concept was really, really interesting to think of us all floating together, breathing, living, seeing, in something as fragile as a soap bubble that could just blip out at any time. And it's something, I think, for me, that's quite reassuring, specifically because there could be horrible people on Earth, yeah? There could be people that threaten each other or harm each other or put each other at risk for no reason, which is just something that makes no kind of sense, right? Those aren't the most powerful things in the universe. We're not the most powerful things in the universe. We're not, because reality itself, everything that is the most powerful thing. That's great. That means that even if somebody who's unkind, who isn't great, has power, because it's been like that throughout history at times, they're just a speck of dust. They're just another version of the universe experiencing itself. And you know what? In order to have a greater understanding of itself, perhaps it's going to have some bad, quite silly experiences. Yeah. And I know that my existence is a cute, silly little blip and just forever. And that's comforting. I like being here. I like the importance of my impermanence. I like knowing that I'm small because it makes me feel better. It reminds me that it's going to be okay. Everything has a little bit of time, and we're going to be okay. And sometimes I sit and think about if we're a part of everything, and let's say everybody came from one point, right? The universe bursts forth from pinprick in unreality and expanded outwards forever and hasn't stopped or shrunk back on itself yet, right? We're each other. We're all the same matter from the same place, from the same thing, from the same explosion. And when we meet each other, when we see each other, when we talk to each other, we're rediscovering ourselves. We're analyzing ourselves. And like, I don't mean this in like sort of like a hippie way or a spiritual way or like a neo something way. I mean it literally. I mean that we exist. And if we literally came from one point, if we are literally just matter, we're the universe grown a conscience, right? A consciousness, self actualizing through every possible experience, whether it's good or bad or traumatic or horrific or beautiful. And every one of those experiences, whether right or shifty, is extraordinarily important because we're literally matter learning to understand itself and to process what it is. Not in, again, not in a spiritual way, not in a hippie way. I mean, the fact that we're conscious at all and able to observe each other and have relationships with each other. And I'm still trimming. I've got this bit done. I've got this bit done. This is a quarter of my hair, and this is half of my hair. And I've got the scissors in my lap. And I have to finger detangle each section because last night I detangled, but my hair will retangle itself at the drop of a hat. And as soon as I went to sleep, it did that again. So basically, I'll be here for hours, literally hours, because this is what it's like trimming my hair in real time. And I thought I would show that. I trim about once or twice a year, and when I trim, I only take off what's damaged or has fairy knots in it. Typically have to take off this much, or at most like this much. But yeah, I think when we meet each other and we have conflict, we try to figure things out, and some of us are doing it in bad faith. We're just getting to know ourselves again, basically. And it's sometimes worth it, sometimes not. Maybe you're supposed to have, or not supposed to have, maybe you should have a different experience and get to know something else. Like, endless possibilities. Probably try not to take the possibilities that hurt you for no reason. I don't know. But basically, the reason why it's taking so long to do this section is one, because I'm slightly distracted and I started talking about space. Sorry. And because my hair has started shrinking because of the humidity. So it's like curly already at the end. I wasn't at bra strap length last year. I was at hip length. So basically, when I let go of my hair, it's gonna look like bra strap length, but it's tailbone length. So if you've seen a picture or a video of me last year, it wasn't bra strap length. It was shrunken. Most of the videos on my channel are me with completely shrunken hair because I only straighten my hair once or twice a year. So when I'm done with this, it's actually only gonna look like it's mid back or bra strap length. So yeah, I don't think I've ever seen anybody go from bra strap to tailbone in a year. They would have to grow their hair extremely fast. I think the normal maximum is like 6 inches a year. This section is actually like surprisingly quite healthy, so I don't need to take off that much. But no, I think every year I hit a milestone basically. So if I did hip last year, I was waist 2 years ago, and then bra strap length 3 years ago, and I've been growing my hair out from an 1/8 inch buzz cut since 2018, so it's been 7 years. So that was 3 years ago. It took me 4 years, I think, to get to waist to bra strap length. I hope that answers the question. There's no way in heck I could go that fast at growing my hair. I think if my DNA extruded from my scalp like that, I'd probably lose too much of it and like mutate into a teenage mutant ninja turtle or something. Okay. Next section. Yeah, if anybody has any questions, I'm really happy to talk about hair questions. I've just been here kind of talking myself. That didn't work at all. Uh, just make another bun. Oh, well, I done goofed. Here we go. Um, yeah. You guys that are here, are you having a good day? Are you having a weird day? Any questions you ask about hair, I'll answer. I might answer other questions too, but it depends. So basically, I've got to slowly finger detangle and go through all of these. 16 times 129. When I find a fairy knot that's going to be in my way, I don't know if it's going to be all the way at the end. So I cut that before I cut the section anyway. And then number 3. Hello. I guess, what else is there to say, really? Hmm. I don't know. Anybody like give a suggestion? Anything you want to talk about? Just hang out. Yeah. If not, I guess I'll keep rambling on. I think finger detangling and taking this amount of time is the reason why my hair is so thick, honestly, because I'm only removing hair that wants to shed. Nothing's getting ripped out, really. I mean, of course, occasionally, because, you know, but for the most part, everything's pretty intact because I'm being really gentle and slowly tension. And I think genetically I have thick hair because I think my mother had thick hair, but not long hair. And I think that the hair thickness you have is something that can't be changed unless it was thinner for medical reasons and your hair is already naturally thick. But I do think that length is something that you can have control over, especially if you have good health. Because I don't know anybody else in my family with super long hair or even long hair. When I was a kid, the first time my hair touched um, this part right here of my neck, I thought that I was the coolest person on earth. Um, I have no idea actually. You could decide for yourself, but my torso, this is my hip bone, and this is my waist. And sometimes, if I lean weird, I can touch my ribs to my hips. So, but I'm 5'6.5", if that gives you any reference point. So I'm not really short and I'm not tall either. Yeah, I'm about just average height. No problem. I know some people who are taller or shorter can have just seemingly faster growth rates because of their general proportions. But I'm about average, just average height. Probably gonna start talking about food in a minute because I'm hungry. Um, I made a pot pie for my meal plan this week. It was really good, and I have to make another one. So I prepped all of the veggies, and I froze all of those. So I had the rainbow carrots, so like white, gold, orange, yellow carrots, and it just makes me so happy to see all those colors. Thank you. You're sweet too. I hope you have a great night or day. Bye now. Um, and then I had baby purple potatoes, which surprisingly savory because they look like purple sweet potatoes, but they just taste like potatoes. They're really delicious and beautiful to look at. And then baby Yukon gold potatoes. And then I got a chicken and I stripped the chicken and made broth. And then I cooked everything together with like garlic scapes I got from the farm. And what else was in that pie? There was onion, like a Vidalia onion. It wasn't too much going on besides the chicken and that, but it was really good. And there was the fresh thyme, rosemary, and sage, and I just threw that all together and a little bit of flour. And you mix the flour in with the hot broth before you pour it in to thicken um, the filling for your pie to make pot pie. And then I really didn't feel like making a pie dough, and I think the pie crust is the most intimidating part, so I just bought it. I bought the pie crust. And I put it on top of the pie. I made it in my cast iron, and I just stuck the whole thing in the oven, and it's so good. It's so annoyingly good. And I think one of the things that helps me grow my hair out is I love to eat. And when I was younger, I had some problems with eating where I thought I had to be skinny and teeny tiny. And I think I was coping with like some really bad stuff. But my hair got better and stronger when I started eating, and eating when I want to eat, and eating until I'm satisfied, and just eating enough. And I feel like sometimes people ask for hair advice, and one of the things that's the simplest is just make sure you eat enough calories. And before you worry about the amount of food colors you're eating and eating your colors, taking care of yourself, make sure you eat it all. Because, one, you're worthy of eating food. You don't have to justify eating food. It doesn't matter what size you are, it doesn't matter anything. You need it to survive. And if you've got to eat something unhealthy to get enough calories for the day, it's better than not eating. So I guess that's one of the things that helped me grow my hair out is just eat. Eat enough. And then I started doing the thing where I tell myself, like parenting myself, you gotta eat your colors. And then I'll make sure to have a variety of fruits and vegetables as much as I can afford to, because like stuff's expensive lately. And I plan on going to the farms all summer and going for you pick berries and you pick fruits and vegetables and like garlic and stuff and getting it that way, so it's a little cheaper. Um, but I say this thing where I eat my colors. So if I go grocery shopping in my head, because I want to grow my hair really stupidly long, so I have to be healthy and take care of myself. Um, when I go grocery shopping, I have a plan in my head that I'm used to. I have 2 fruits for the week, even if it's just bananas and a 5-pound bag of apples that I need to last me a little while. You know, I need 2 fruits. I need at least 2 to 3 vegetable groups for the week, whether it's frozen or canned or fresh. Um, I need a grain so I can feel full. Whole grains are good, but I eat a lot of white rice because I love white rice, and if that means I'm getting enough calories, then white rice it is. Um, and then I can have a protein, like I can have tofu or meat or fish or pork or turkey, whatever. I eat basically everything. Um, but I have an idea in my mind when I decide what I want to eat of exactly, I need this, and this. I might have a main meal thing. Like, I really love going on Pinterest and finding food that makes me happy to look at, so I'm more happy to eat it. Um, but my brain's so tired because it is one. I'm sorry for repeating that, but it is one. Um, I think if you look up what you're eating, I collect food facts like Pokemon cards. And it sounds really silly, but it like motivates me. Just, oh, this veggie tastes good. It tastes like this. And next time, oh gosh, it'll taste really good with this. And I start making like little plans and divisions. And then I'll go look up what are the health benefits of this vegetable. And I'll like be sitting on the Healthline website after dinner, just with my tea, enjoying and going, oh, it's good for this, and this. Or like the things I've learned, like purple sweet potatoes are full of anthocyanins, and so are purple carrots, purple regular baby potatoes, like I had in the pot pie. Um, Anthocyanins are an antioxidant. So everybody tells you, oh, you need antioxidants. They put antioxidants in your skincare. Just, tea has antioxidants and tannins in it to take care of yourself. But it's so funny because it sounds so complicated, but then you realize that the antioxidants in food, a lot of the time, correspond to the color of the food. So if you just go and pick up a variety of colors and you eat your colors, you're getting a variety of antioxidants. I'm going to pick up my charger with my foot. And then I try to just eat well and eat my vegetables and eat a lot of fruit. And I enjoy it because I really like food. And my dad was a cook. And at one point, I think he got his qualification to be a chef, which was pretty cool. I was really proud of him. We ate a lot of stir fry when I was little. He would put broccoli in it and just pretend that our frying pan was a wok. And he made it fun. Like, any of the vegetables can taste really good. You just have to have it from somebody who knows how to cook. And I've learned how to cook for myself because one, I don't have a whole lot of money, and two, I live in a place where there's no good takeout. There wasn't any good takeout for years. Like, we've got Mickey D's and bad pizza. I don't even know if anybody calls it Mickey D's anymore, or if, yeah, perhaps. Or if that's just showing what specific region of the world I'm from. But if I want to take out, then I had to make the nice thing for myself. So I learned, and I'm skeevish about meat, I think. I don't like touching raw meat. It freaks me out. It really freaks me out. So I think that helped me eat even more veggies because I eat meat, but the portion sizes are just smaller. And I guess I end up being fairly healthy because of it. Like, my blood work's okay. Hello. Nice to meet you. Andrea. When I do my hair, I like to use, so my shampoo is the Shea Moisture Manuka Honey and Mafra Oil shampoo. And then right now I've been using the Aussie 3-Minute Miracle Moist Deep Conditioner. And I think it's the Miracle Curls conditioner in the big bottle. I've been using up until a couple of months ago the Garnier Fructis Honey Whole Blends conditioner, but that one, they changed the formula and they took the beeswax out, and my hair didn't like it that much. Yeah, and let's see. So that's why I switched to the Aussie. And I think I ended up being allergic to the new formulation of the Honey Whole Blends conditioner from Garnier when they reformulated, but it still might work for people, and it used to be my holy grail until they changed it. But now I use Aussie because I'm trying it out. And then I like the Shea Moisture Manuka Honey and Mafra Oil Deep Conditioner. I like the Shea Moisture Jamaican Black Castor Oil Deep Conditioner. And what other ones do we have? What's it called? Oh, I like to do a DIY every so often. I don't do it as often anymore, but I like to use Greek yogurt and raw honey. And the other DIY I really like to use, which is super cheap, but I don't have any money for like a big thing of deep conditioner because I have to use a lot now, is coconut milk. Just a can of unsweetened coconut milk. And what's with that one? Raw honey. And sometimes if I've got flaxseed gel, I make flaxseed gel at home. So I'll mix that into it and I'll use that and set it on top of my head as a deep conditioner if I run out of stuff. So those are my deep conditioners and shampoo. I also occasionally use just your plain regular old Blue Cap Head and Shoulders, which I find it too stripping, but it's dandruff shampoo and it works. And if you have an itchy scalp, that'll help. That'll help a lot. Um, what else do we use? When I want to make a leave-in, I don't buy a leave-in conditioner, so I make homemade flaxseed gel, which is just the Bob's Red Mill regular seeds. It doesn't matter what kind of seeds you use, but use the whole flax seeds. And then I just use plain old water, and I boil it until it creates a film. And at some point, I'll make a little tutorial of how I make my flaxseed gel. And sometimes I'll boil it with mint leaves in it, or I'll boil it with rosemary leaves in it, but not because those things make your hair grow or something like that. I just think they smell really good. And I kind of like smelling like them. And also, this is shoddy logic, but because they put rosemary extract in nuts from the grocery store to make them last longer, so I thought maybe it wouldn't spoil, my gel wouldn't spoil as fast. I made it with a rosemary sprig in it. Um, what else was there? I'm gonna be here for a while doing this. I keep going. What else do I use? So there's my flaxseed gel. I really like. I don't think they make this anymore, but I bought two of them. It's the Shea Moisture 100% raw shea butter. It's literally just shea butter, so you could probably buy it from anyone and anywhere. Um, I guess I tend to buy ingredients less than leave-in. And I buy aloe vera juice, just like a jug, like a gallon jug that says 99.9% aloe vera juice on it. And I usually just buy the store brand. Doesn't matter what brand it is. Let's see, what else is there? Uh, I like oil, so I'll use olive oil, and I infuse my olive oil with cloves, like whole cloves, not because of any special hair growth properties again. I think that if I eat well, it'll translate to hair rather than topical because hair's dead. You can do scalp care and stuff, but you know. Um, I infuse olive oil with cloves. Sometimes, especially in the winter, I'll use cold pressed castor oil and I'll mix it in with the olive oil. And then occasionally I'll use avocado oil. But for the most part, since I typically cook in the kitchen with olive oil, I just put a little bit of olive oil into a dropper bottle with the cloves. And I like the cloves because they smell good. What else do I use? I don't use combs or brushes, as you can see. And I like silk scrunchies and silk scarves, like mulberry silk, instead of satin, because I bought ones a while back that they said they were satin, but they weren't actually satin, and now I have trust issues. I don't think I got that. One second. I guess I'll answer the other questions for talk about like hair accessories that I use. I wash my hair when I was just starting to grow out my hair all the way up until like waist length when it just got too long to manage. It became kind of a problem. Um, I I was washing it every week, every Sunday, and now I wash my hair ideally every 2 weeks. But I deal with like depression a lot, so sometimes it'll be like 3 weeks and I'll be fine. And I'll give myself a good like double wash and stuff like that. I like to wash my hair in twists because it prevents tangling so much. Um, I deep condition every single time I wash my hair. Let's see. What is this? How to wash your hair? I blow dry my hair once or twice a year. Um, this is a necessary blow dry for this one. Um, if I don't cut my hair for my birthday, I have to blow dry it again later in the year because I need a haircut at least once a year. So last year I blow dried my hair again in October. But yeah, I usually blow dry my hair for my birthday. Sometimes I flat iron my hair, but I don't flat iron it often, and I don't go above 350 degrees because that's when the bonds in your hair start to denature and melt. So I don't, although you can use heat protection to prevent that, if my hair doesn't get straight under a temperature that can melt my hair is not meant to be straight. I won't. I'll straighten my hair so it's fluffy, kinky straight, and that makes me happy. I don't need straight hair. It's gonna damage my hair. When I blow dry my hair, I use medium to cool heat. Um, I don't use high heat because it makes my hair really crunchy and it wants to break. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's it. And then around the house, I like to use mulberry silk scarves. Like, I'm actually wearing one as a top right now, so my hair doesn't create a bunch of friction. And mulberry silk scrunchies. I've got some silk hair accessories and silk and satin ribbons. Um, my bobby pins, I specifically stretch them out so it doesn't cause more breakage as well. I hope that answers your question. If you have another question, I can answer it too. Yeah, I think that's everything in my routine that I do regularly, and I've been basically doing the same thing for years. So when I started growing my hair out, I used Cantu for a long time, and Cantu was my favorite, and I know that's controversial, but it worked fine for me, and then they reformulated it, and then I hated it. Uh, it was a texture problem for me, and I used like the Neutrogena triple nutrition hair lotion before, and I used the I've used the Shea Moisture curl and shine shampoo, that hibiscus stuff, for a long time when my hair was much shorter and didn't damage my hair or anything. I've used the very controversial Miel oil before, and I've been fine through that. But I used it because it smelled good. I don't think oil grows your hair. I think that's misguided, weird, not great marketing. Um, I guess I could also explain the reasons why I use what I use in my hair. So the reason I use the olive oil is because I'll start in order. When I coat my hair, like let's say I was doing twist on my shrunken hair, what I would do is spray my hair with aloe vera. So the aloe vera goes first because it weakens the hydrogen bonds in your hair. So the hydrogen bonds hold the shape of the curl in your hair. And the reason why everybody sprays their hair with water or aloe or some sort of liquid first, or like this is like the mechanics of the lock method. The reason why you do that is to weaken the hydrogen bonds temporarily. So you add water to a hydrogen bond and it becomes more malleable. So like think about like in school how you learn that certain metals or materials or rocks can be quite brittle. Some things are ductile, some things are malleable, right? It makes your hair less brittle, like you can manipulate it more easily when your hair is wet as opposed to dry. And it helps you detangle it, it helps you smooth the product throughout your hair better. And then on top of that, I use olive oil. And the liquid step is not so that I'm locking moisture into my hair, because hair is supposed to be naturally hydrophobic, and too much exposure and too much time for hair being wet is actually an issue. Um, but the reason why it makes your hair much easier to work with, or specifically coily or 4C hair, like I have, easier to work with, is because the coilier your hair, the more fragile it is, because our hydrogen bonds are stronger, and they're what sort of holds our hair into its actual structure and our curls. So the reason our hair comes out coily is purely genetic. Like at first we thought that the shape of our hair follicle was what formed the shape of our hair, but actually it's completely genetic. Like it starts before it reaches the surface of our skin at all. Um, and then when it comes out, the structure of it can be so perfectly coiled and so perfectly held into that shape that the bonds in it don't want it to move. So again, once your hair is wet, you can smooth product through it easier, and it can go from shrunken like this to like this much quicker without as much breakage. So then I put the olive oil on top because um, oils, while they don't grow your hair by moisturizing your scalp or promoting hair growth from your scalp, because my scalp actually doesn't like oils at all. It gets, I end up having dandruff from putting oil directly on my scalp, and that doesn't mean I don't use oils. I love oils. It's just I have a really sensitive skin, and I won't be okay if I put oil directly on my scalp. So I put the oil directly on my hair shaft on top of the aloe vera, because what some people mistake for a moisturizing property is like actually scientifically classified as a conditioner. And what a conditioner does is it takes your hair strand and it coats it, and it protects the cuticle layer of your hair. So over time, your hair will be its lowest porosity when it's coming out of your scalp, right? And then over time, through friction and mechanical damage and detangling, like I'm doing now, your hair, think about it like a dragon, or like tiles on a roof. So, if you look at a storybook dragon, the dragon has overlapping scales, right? And they're like a tile on the roof. So think about your hair the way that you think about dragon scales. Over time, through mechanical damage, there is a protective layer of scales around the inside of your hair, that keeps the elements out, that keeps the inside protected from mechanical damage, water entering, and things like that. And as you go on, that becomes weakened, and then you get little scales missing or little holes in your dragon armor. So basically, what oils do, or what any sort of conditioning agent, including silicones and things like dimethicone and amyl dimethicone, like ingredients you would see in your conditioners, it basically goes, "Oh, excuse me, Mr. Dragon, is there a hole in your armor? Oh no, let me just plug that in for you." So what oil does is it temporarily plugs that gap in your armor, and it'll go down the hair shaft and find all the little holes from where. So this is be the highest porosity at your ends and the lowest porosity at the top, and it'll fill those in for you. And whatever excess is there will just coat the outside of your hair. So let's say we filled in all the little missing scales on our dragon, right? And then we gave him a leather tunic. So the leather tunic can still be broken, right? But the tunic protects his scales that are intact from breaking. And that's why I use the olive oil mix. It's not so much about the type of oil you use, it's what oil does instead. So oil is basically a conditioning agent. Conditioners are just things that coat and protect and slow down friction and damage. And then I use on top of that shea butter because it's kind of like a putty for me, and I'm actually using it right now. And it's oil, but it's just solid. It's another conditioner, basically, because again, conditioners just coat. That's what they do. But because it's solid, it keeps my hair aligned where I put it rather than it shrinking up and immediately coiling, especially when it's wet. So if I can do that, just smoothing this out, seeing where I need to cut, and cut where it's see-through. When I do that, it keeps my hair from getting matted or knotting because it sort of sticks the hairs together so they don't have as much friction, but not as high hold as a gel. And what it also does to have the oil and the shea butter layer like that in your hair is when I put the flaxseed gel, which is the last step when doing my hair. When I put the flaxseed gel on my hair, it prevents the flaxseed gel from flaking. And then the flaxseed gel freezes my hair in place. It's not a strong hold gel at all. It's just enough so that my hair is not brittle because of it. It's still flexible, but instead of having the coily ends of my twist or anything like that shrink all the way up, it keeps them elongated and sort of. I've learned this from other natural hair YouTubers to use flaxseed gel. But it keeps them from getting fairy knots, basically, getting tiny knots at the end. It slows them down, and it's kind of why I can afford to only trim my hair once or twice a year, because I always protect my ends with the products that I use, and I coat my hair heavily because I'm conditioning it. And like I said, it just prevents as much damage from happening. Like little leather tunic for your cute little dragon and plugging in the scales. So that's why I do that the way that I do. And those basically make up my leave-in conditioner in that order. But yeah, I thought it'd be fun just to talk about why exactly I use those things. I really didn't choose them arbitrarily. I just decided that that's what would work best for me. I also use olive oil because it doesn't break me out instead of coconut oil, because coconut oil makes me itchy and really breaks out my skin. But for some people, coconut oil is great. Yeah, and then some people have worries about proteins, I think, from certain oils, but I'm not sure that the protein molecules in certain oils, if there is any protein in certain oils, because they're fats, are small enough to actually bind to the hair. Yeah. Sometimes I use a little bit of coconut oil on my ends because it smells good. And oil is oil, so whatever doesn't make your skin sensitive is the oil you use. Except you have to be careful with like essential oils and stuff. I don't mess with those because I really don't need to. Because my hair's dead. So it doesn't need nutrition, it needs protection. And then I eat a lot of food with olive oil, so that way when my hair comes out, it's already got everything. I guess what other hair stuff do we do for a very specific reason? Oh, the reason why I use silk and not satin is because the keratin in silk is it's most similar to what our hair is actually made out of. So it's kind of like your hair is touching your hair rather than your hair is touching the fabric. And the reason I'll use silk charmeuse specifically is because it's got a nice shiny side. So it's like a silk satin, but it's specifically called silk charmeuse. And that creates less friction on your hair as well, and it just sort of slides past. And it just, your hair likes it a lot better than like a synthetic fabric because they're similar to each other, they're the same. Um, yeah. I don't know if there's anything else to do for highly specific reasons. If you have any questions, I'll try to answer it for you. Let's see. What other fun hair things are there? Mm. Oh, I learned a real neat thing recently, and it's about combing force. So if you do actually use combs, and part of the reason why I don't use combs or brushes, and I understand the reason why it works for me, is because when you comb your hair, when you get to a certain point, the tension builds up towards the end of your hair and the combing force increases. And when you brush or comb your hair and it bends up like this, that's the peak of your combing force. So if you do use a comb or brush, hold the brush vertical to your hair and start from the bottom and slowly work your way up. So there's no combing force, and don't go fast because that'll be right where the combing force, where you see your hair bend, that'll be the line where you see all of the breakage. Because of the products I use, I don't, sometimes I don't, to be perfectly honest, you have to moisturize my hair for a month. um, I, I don't understand why it doesn't get dry. It'll get dry like this. If I have my hair blown out, which I only do like once a year, um, it needs to be washed much more quickly because it's just more susceptible to damage and breakage. But if my hair is in mini twists, which is, mini twists are the freaking best. I don't I don't have to touch my hair. I won't have to touch my hair for a month to re-moisturize it or put anything. When I wash my hair, then I can do it with mini twists. And if I really feel up to it, like if I'm taking my hair down from like two braids or style that I have my mini twisted, I don't need to re-moisturize it to get it wet, like for it to be more conditioned or because it's gotten dry necessarily or feels bad. I will spray it specifically to weaken the hydrogen bonds in my hair to make my hair easier to manipulate. And that's all. I don't really need to moisturize. Definitely not midweek. The, the combination I use really, really works for me, but it might not work for everyone. But it stays really soft all week and happy. Especially mini twist is probably the happiest, most healthy, most moisturized my hair will be. And there's a sweet spot. If I do 217 or something like that, I'm going to get breakage because there's too many. If I do 100, perfect. Um, Happy, moisturized hair that doesn't really need any attention but wrapping it up and protecting the ends. Even if you're in mini twist, you still have to put the ends up. And chunky twist, those will dry out faster, but it depends on how chunky they are. The less compacted my hair is, the quicker it dries out. So if my hair needs to be moisturized, or I guess specifically if we're talking about moisture, if my hair needs more aloe, um, it's probably wash day, to be honest. Because by the time that it is dry enough to need that, it needs to be like soaked, watered like a plant. And if it needs more oil, like the oil is rubbed off, it's probably also wash day. And if you use the silk scarves, especially, I guess this is a good thing. My hair dries out more in wintertime than it does in summertime because it's just drier air indoors. So what I can do is I'll use my silk scarf as like it's kind of like a greenhouse to trap all of the goodness I just put on my hair to keep it malleable in. And that creates like a mini environment that isn't too moist but isn't like dry as the Sahara, like my apartment in wintertime. And it just, I don't know, it just makes sense that way. But without the silk scarf, it would probably feel a lot drier and less nice later. Yeah, I did. I had a 1/8 inch buzz cut in 2018 in June. Thank you. I've been trying to be really diligent about it, and you can probably see that this is taking me forever and forever. Thank you. So I just I sit like this. It does. I eat a lot of fruits and veggies, and I eat a lot of antioxidant rich foods. And I don't mean like go and splurge or eat like a rich person, because I don't have rich people money. But eat your colors and things. Eat well. Don't eat too much fast food. And when you want fast food, eat fast food. You want ramen? Eat ramen. You want cake? Eat cake. But everything in moderation and veggies and fruits plenty. And I got to a point where like when I eat healthier, if I go out and I have takeout, which I really like, there's a certain point when my body's just like, we're good, we're happy. We've had this burger and we would really like to not for a while. Thank you very much. And I go back to my veggies, and then every so often I was like, I could really, really go for takeout, and then I go get myself takeout. But I think over time, you start to realize that home cooked meals just taste better. And I don't know what it is about it. Like, you can decorate it. Like, when I was little, I grew up with the phrase, the kitchen is the heart of the home. And so, if you have a problem, if you need help, if you need somebody to lean on, if you need to cry, you go to the kitchen. Yeah, I really like to eat. It sounds really silly, but it makes me happy. And then some of the things that helps me like to cook is I'll have fun. Like, if I'm broke is a joke, and I have onigiri, well, if I have just tuna and rice, I'll make onigiri, which is the Japanese triangle sushi, and I'll use the canned tuna and my mayo, and I'll mold the rice into a little triangle, and I'll fill it with the tuna mayo, a little sriracha, and what you do, like if you're really freaking broke and you're really hungry, and it's one of those weeks where you want your food to feel nice. Oh, yeah. I cook for myself with love because it just makes me, I don't know, I want to cook for everybody, including myself, with love because I think that's how I show that I like somebody. I'm like a grandma. Oh, are you okay? You want some cake? I made cake. I heard you weren't doing too well. You want some pie? Um, but when I make onigiri, I do it specifically because I only have rice and tuna. So I mold it into a cute little triangle and I tell myself, ooh, I'm having Japanese convenience store food. Look at me. This is so fancy. And I feel happy about it because I took the time. And then I have my little vegetable on the side. And I may be broke, but I just ate onigiri that I made for myself. I've gotten pretty good at it. And then when I have more money, I don't know, I really like to cook. And sometimes I dislike that I have to cook to stay alive because it's more fun as a hobby. But if I'm gonna eat and I need to eat to stay alive, then I think that it should be joyful. Like, a really personal story that I have is when I was really little and the electricity at the place my parents and me and my sister lived at, um, when the electricity went out, my dad did something really funny. He went and he got us a frozen pizza and he put it on one of those little charcoal grills with the four legs. And it was the best pizza I've ever had. It was absolutely fantastic because I was 9. I'd never seen anybody ever put a pizza on the grill. And he made it fun. He made it fun for us. And I really appreciate him for that. He made food like special. It was never something where he just said, "Oh, I'm throwing this together," and you just eat up. Like he made it with love. And I would sit on the counter and dangle my little legs and watch him cook and talk about food. And when I was really little, like 8, I'm from Beaufort, South Carolina, and I lived in St. Helena, and I'm Gullah. So my father and I, we would sit with our shrimp and grits and watch the shrimp boats go past the window with all the white birds following it, trying to get the shrimp. And we would sit there with shrimp and grits or fried flounder and grits. And we would watch the boats and the birds together. And sometimes the house would be dark, like just because the lights weren't on, and it didn't matter because we had $1 million view, and it was my dad and I and food. And it just makes me happy. And I try not to cope with food when I'm down, even though I do sometimes. But it's special. Like, it keeps us alive. And if I have to do something mundane every day, like hair, I'm going to make it special so that my life feels full of love and kindness and whimsy. Like, to make a meal is an opportunity to be gentle with yourself. And to eat something is an opportunity. And that doesn't mean that it's a moral high ground to somebody that needs to eat and go or doesn't really like to eat. Just try to eat enough if you can, if you have the privilege of eating enough, and just be gentle with yourself and nourish yourself. And sometimes you just can't because the money's not there. But when you can, it's an opportunity. And it helps with, hair. Um, I've been here for a while, so on the next one, I'm going to explain how I'm cutting my hair again. I don't know if it's self-explanatory, if it looks self-explanatory at all, but I'm just really deeply detangling these sections again because if they're not in twists, that's just what has to happen. At the end, I'll let them all down, but it's getting quite late, so I'll be here all night because I kind of have to be. So, yeah. No, when I was little, I grew up with Gullah food, and I didn't get to learn the recipes before I got older. I didn't have the people I used to have in my life, and all the people around me were Gullah, and I heard the language, I ate the food. I didn't fully understand things when I was little. I didn't understand how special it was to have that. And I heard stories about the witch doctor. I heard, if you know about Gullah Gullah Island, that's where I'm from. And my father was born there, and I was born there, and it's a beautiful place in the world. Unfortunately, it's being gentrified and taken over by golf courses when it should be a historically protected area because it has the oldest black community in the United States. And that land belongs to us in our history and shouldn't be taken over just because the land is beautiful for just tourism, because the land is special and the people are special. And if you want to be a tourist, go see what's there. Like, I like okra and tomatoes and flounder and grits and Frogmore stew, which doesn't have any frogs. St. Helena was originally called Frogmore. Um, yeah. I'm gonna stop talking about it because it's making me homesick. I haven't lived there in a very long time. And it's quite funny how everything comes together because I was born on Juneteenth. And it's really cool that my birthday is an emancipation holiday now. Yeah, a lot. I have a lot. Hopefully, I didn't mess up my hair talking and cutting my hair at the same time. I've never talked this much while cutting my hair. I usually just sit in silence by myself, watch my movie. Oh boy. And it is so warm. I think it's gotten even warmer now that the sun has gone down. I don't even know how that's possible. Oh, one of the nice things about spring and summertime that I really, really like is that if you look, you can see the land changing wherever you are. In March, there's bird's foot, the little three-pointed flower that's bright yellow. Well, that's not in March, that's maybe April. But the first flowers that you start to see in the grass when everything starts to melt are speedwell, the little tiny blue flowers. And then when you get away from the speedwell, you might start seeing, well, first the snowdrops, but I don't see those growing wild. So the first wildflowers I start to see are the speedwell or the veronicas, tiny little things in the grass. And then the grass gets plush and green, but not the way that it is in the summer. And if you look really closely in early spring, like April, early May now, you'll see spider webs glittering in the sun in the grass in the early morning. And then when you move past that, everybody's planted flowers start to come up. And that's nice, but all the forsythia is blooming in April. And you've got your tulips, and the daffodils came quite late this year. I'm just kind of rambling. If you have any more questions, I can answer them. But I guess I'm talking about flowers now. Um, and then in June, which is my favorite month, you get spring phlox in purple and white. And I always thought that the little buttercups came up in July, but turns out the buttercups start showing up in May. But since it seems like they like it when it's really sunny, they really, really take off in July. And I've also noticed that the dandelions, while they come out in May, what they do is they're only there long enough to make the soil stronger. So what they do is they add nutrients to the soil, bind it together to prevent erosion, and then they leave when they're not needed anymore. They take care, and then they leave, and then you'll start seeing them again in autumn. It's like they've come to make sure that the ground is well after they left it, which I think is really nice. And when I go into the woods in early May, like just the first week of May, there's thousands of forget-me-nots, and I like to go walk there and pick the forget-me-nots and smell them, and then I take them and I press a bunch of them individually in books. That way when the winter comes, I open up the book and it's just full of flowers. And that just makes me really happy. It's like I can take the spring and summer with me into the winter. And then after June or late June, you'll start seeing those cute little lawn daisies. And I really like those. I'm starting to see, what are those called? They look like daisies, but they're not daisies. They've got like a fan appearance to them, where the petals are much smaller and the flowers are much smaller and they're very tall. I think they're called fleabane. And those are really pretty. And if you look really closely at them, they're tinged around the edges of white and purple, depending. And then next to the fleabane, you get these probably aren't supposed to be wild. I don't know if they're invasive or not, but all of the lilies, the bright orange lilies that start popping up everywhere, and those are really beautiful. And then the big wild daisies that start growing up tall, and you can make daisy chains and put daisies in your hair. I forgot one for June. Clover. There's so much clover all over the place right now. Like I've seen really tall, big-headed, just absolutely bobble-headed red clover. And I picked some and I made it into a wreath and I dried it. But it didn't dry all that well, so it was so pretty when I first picked it. And I made a wreath out of white and red clover. I don't know, it just made me really happy. I love seeing the flowers change. And then earlier in June, when the dandelions were still here, I learned this really freaking cool thing that you can do. You have to get the dandelions. There's a bit of my hair that is a little weird here. Just 1 second. I'll get it right. Literally. You have to get the dandelions when the yellow parts, when the dandelion closes up and the yellow part sort of shrinks up and the head falls off, and then you'll see that they look like little brushes, like little paint brushes, right? I learned this online. When those heads look like little paint brushes, pop them off of the stems, right? And then get as many as you can, like handfuls and handfuls, or even a bag full of those spent dandelions. And it's not when the seed heads open. You want to get them before that. You want to get them when they look like paint brushes. So take all those little heads, put them in your bag, and then take them home. And then what I did is I took a needle and a thread, right? And you'll see at the base of the dandelion head, like the little spent paintbrush. It doesn't have the yellow on it anymore. It's just a white, closed, brush-looking thing. You're going to take the end of that, and you're going to take a needle and thread, and you'll see in the stem there's a hollow there, like a hole. And then you'll make a knot at the end of your thread, make a really long one, sew through the hole and through the centers of the brushes, and hang it up and wait, right? And if you go to sleep after doing that. When you wake up in the morning, you'll have like 70 blooming dandelions. Just a strand of wishes above your head. And I did that and I put them in my bedroom. And so I think I've got like 70. And they're so delicate and it looks really cool because they're so ephemeral and they should be something that when you collect them just go away and they go away. But I've got a collection of wishes above my head and they've dried on the garland, so a little breeze won't blow them away. I try not to expose them to a lot of breeze, but I've started putting dandelion garlands in my house. It's just they're just so pretty and free, and I don't know. There's just something about them, and I've been wanting. It's a bit too late in the season now because I'm not seeing them plenty. I've been wanting to make a wreath of them. I saw like a wreath of dandelion puffs, just the puffs, on Pinterest, and I was like, I'm gonna do that myself. And I thought about getting a big, giant embroidery hoop. Like I have an embroidery hoop in my closet, and a little bit of wire, like florist wire, and setting them in the hoop with the paintbrushes. And basically, the length of the brush is the space you want to leave in between each one. So when it opens up, um, it's basically got enough room to bloom without running into each other and getting crushed. You can do the same thing if you want to put a dandelion seed head into a bottle that is too skinny to get it back out from. You put it in while it's still a brush head. Yeah, I guess those are just some of the things I'm really interested in lately. I really, really love all kinds of flowers. It doesn't matter if they're humble flowers that get unappreciated or big pretty roses from the grocery store. I love flowers. And I have very silly a giant bag of dried flowers from every bouquet of flowers I've ever bought myself in my 20s. And they're all there. And in the summertime, the top of my closet smells absolutely wonderful and like strongly floral. Because what happens, since it's just in a paper bag, the flowers heat up and their scent just goes all around my closet. But it would be so funny for somebody to go in the closet, oh, what's this? It's about a bag this big of flower petals. It's just, yeah. And I'm thinking, like, what the heck am I going to do when this bag gets full? Like, do I just go outside and sprinkle, like, a pound of just flower petals outside of my apartment and see what happens? Because I feel like that's ecologically unsound, although all the seeds would be spent by now. I don't know. Maybe I'll find a way to put them on display or something. They're not cute. They're not cute at all, but they smell really good. So, what else? This section's a bit bigger, but it'll make me feel like I'm alive because it'll feel like I'm moving a bit faster, and it's okay if I make mistakes trimming my hair. I've done it so many times, and it always grows back, but yeah, I'm okay. It looks silly looking. Okay. Satisfying. I know a lot of people will just bring their hair down, and I think those people have skills. I don't have skills like those people. I could learn how skills like those people, but I quite like the way that I cut my hair. And I think I'm able to get everything I need to get from it. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Oh, God. Why did I do this to myself? Oh, boy. Like, you sit there and you think, oh, I'm going to grow my hair out. It's going to be great. And then you have to do all the work, and it's like, this is still great, but I think I made a mistake. What did I do? Oh, God. Just sometimes it's just like, well, dang, it worked. Oh, God, it worked. Help, help, it worked. Help me. I guess more hair related things. Oh, I have another fun fact about hair. Did you know that whether or not your hair gets lightened by the sun is completely genetic? Some people don't actually have the gene expression for their hair to get lightened by sunlight. But my hair does have the gene expression to get lightened by the sun. And that's called photo bleaching. So if you go outside in the summer and your hair slowly turns like a lighter brown, or if you've got much lighter hair, it'll just get blonder or redder or like dirty blonde or something. My hair is lighter at the bottom than it is at the top because my hair is prone to getting completely bleached out by the sun, depending on how long I'm outside. And I really like going outside in the summer. So, in a lot of my hair videos, or if you see my hair, you don't notice it when it's down here. I might cut this piece too short, but you know what? The ends were weird, so it's short enough now. Um, yeah, the photo bleaching, if I bring my ends up to my roots, you'll see that my ends are a different shade of brown than my roots are. And that's from the sun. And some people would use I guess in the 90s, I was like 4. I was 4 in 2000. But I've heard rumored in the 90s, and I'm completely aware that in the 2000s, um, people use like the lemon juice and like the sun in and whatever to get the sun to bleach their hair more readily. So they use like an acid for that. It's kind of damaging to your hair because it's acid, and the sun is a star. And photo bleaching is technically sun damage, which is why some people use hair sunscreens. So it's actually something that you don't like. You make something to keep your hair black that's not dye, and you can spray your hair or put like a cream in your hair that's a hair sunscreen that keeps your hair from getting photo bleached. So I've heard like chamomile tea increases the amount that the sun can bleach your hair, or lemon juice, but I don't mess with things that might damage my hair. I am very protective. Sometimes I mess with things that might damage my hair. That ding dang flat iron, but I'm again really careful about that. Hello, how you doing? If you have any questions, you can ask me. Happy to hear about it. Happy to hear about your day. If you don't have any questions or like, what did you eat? Really nosy. What did you eat? Is it good? What you been cooking? Um, yeah. Once again, I'm taking my fingers after I smooth my hair out, which this isn't all the way smooth, so one second. I'm gonna demonstrate smoothing these out. Taking these, smoothing that out to the end. This hair seems, because it's growing vertical, this section, like if I had an orb of hair, which wish my afro would stand like this. I almost said I wish my afro was this big, and like, it is. I don't know how to fathom that because I'm still not used to it. So, hold it out, and what I like to do is take 2 fingers or so and hold it out and then clamp right at the ends. Bring it in, fluff it out. What I'm doing is looking for fairy knots, split ends, or anything that's really see-through. And my hair started to shrink, so I think it's easier to cut my hair in autumn, which I might start doing that every year because there's just less humidity, especially if it's not rain. Like it's like the very end of October or November, when the weather is a bit drier. But what I'm doing is going down and seeing where it becomes see-through. So see that? That area that's the most see-through needs to be cut off. And I'll cut just above that to make sure I get all of it. So let's make me. It's not like an exact science because shrinkage is so nice and forgiving. Okay, okie dokie, artichoke. I used to say that at work when I worked retail, and I think it was just like overly positive. It's just imagine walking up to the cash register and there's some kid there who's like, after a while, crocodile. With like, at the time, I would have like string lights, like tiny little copper fairy lights, and fake flowers in my hair. And my hair was dyed half blue and half pink, and I was just like absurdly chipper, even when I wasn't feeling chipper. Just like, I don't know. But it's kind of nice to just add a little something silly to someone's day or bright of just like, yeah, I just got string lights in my hair, and I'm gonna distract you from some of the crap that's going on for just 2 seconds. Just 2 seconds of your life that I could catch you off guard and maybe sneak a joke in, make you laugh, make you forget for a split second anything that's going on. If I could do that, I feel pretty happy. Like, I just need to double check that I didn't like edit this piece up. Oh, it's higher up on my head. Okay, yeah. uh, onwards to victory. We don't give up. It's a war of attrition. I said I was going to get work. I don't know. I think if you're silly, if you've got a whimsical heart, if you don't worry too much. Of course, I worry about what other people think. Of course, it affects me if people are like rude because I'm a person and I'm extremely sensitive. Cutie patootie, so like, no hurt, please. I like just chilling. Um, but I think if you let yourself be how you want, it's better. Like, just wear the clothes that you want and don't worry about what other people are doing. Don't worry about if the style is to have straightened hair. Don't worry about if people are telling you that, oh, you're doing it wrong, don't do this, don't do that. Just like, it's your body, it's your hair, you just have fun if you want to have fun. It doesn't matter how old you are, like, regardless of age, put on sparkly stuff and put on a sparkly New Year dress and go to the grocery store. Just, nobody knows. Literally, nobody knows that you're not going to a party. Who's gonna win? What does that mean? How would they know? I really need to stop watching shorts. I only watch them sometimes, but they're an absolute downfall spiral into hell. But maybe that's because I'm old. Maybe that's a me problem. But how are they gonna know that you don't have some big important reason to be wearing a long gown to the grocery store? You might make somebody smile. You might make yourself smile. You might make your own day. I think when somebody sees somebody just dressed up for no reason, they always assume you have a reason. So, like, you want to go to the grocery store at midnight in like a 1930s silk nightgown? Do it. Do you want to have ridiculously large hair or ridiculously long hair? Do it. Want to put fresh flowers on your head? Do it. I don't know. I feel like we don't talk about it, but like the Earth went through a traumatic experience as far as humans go, and like I didn't come to party because I hate parties, but I did come to live. I came to have fun, so I'm gonna have fun, and I'm probably going to suffer a lot because humans suffer, but I'm gonna suffer with flowers on my head. And it's going to be great. I'm going to suffer with little butterflies in my hair. And then, in between the suffering, in between the bad things, I'll realize that, again, even if things are on fire on the inside, even if there's just a flood, the kitchen sink is broken, the car crashed, everything's wrong, at least on the inside of your head sometimes, and things just aren't going well. And then you look up and you realize you've got a stupid little dandelion on your head. And it's just, it's so little, but it helps. It just throws you off. It's like, I'm not a parent. You know, when a baby is, when a baby thinks something is the end of the world and you redirect them and they're confused, confuse yourself. Be like, some stuff is happening here, and you completely forget that you're in your body. You just feel like you're floating around in your head. And then you look in the mirror and you've got a crown of daisies on your head that you completely forgot about. And you just, the heck is that? And then it's like, it grounds you. It takes you out of your head. Like, you confuse and shock yourself for a second. Like, a baby that's wailing that all of a sudden just sees bubbles on the corner of their eye and they're like, huh? What the heck is going on? You use the whimsy to remind yourself that, like, the pain that you have isn't all that there is. And it helps. It helps. I don't know why. It's not something where I'm like speaking from like a really shallow, I've never experienced anything perspective. I mean, like, the house is on fire and you're watching it burn, but there's roses in the garden. They might be on fire in a second, but for some reason you're sitting there looking at the roses going, oh crap, that's kind of pretty. I don't know what's wrong with me, but I kind of like it. I don't know. I'm rambling. I guess to stay on topic, hair things. Oh, we're not there yet. But there's a certain spot on my head that we'll get to that I really want to talk about when I'm cutting my hair because I've thought about it. And I've thought that there's something really cool about it. But we're not there yet. We've got to get to the right front side. So just keep swimming. Oh gosh. There's just a certain point where you just start going, should I cut my hair shorter? Would that be better? But no. I I only wear my hair long like once or twice a year. And then other than that, I guess it's technically always long now because my shrinkage when my hair is stretched without heat, I can't let my hair shrink 100% anymore because if you take tailbone length and let it shrink to ear length, you get suffering and a month's. If I let that happen for one night with fine foresty hair, I will earn a month's long detangling session. And I don't mean that. I mean 30 days of fighting and tears. So I don't let my hair shrink 100% anymore, not because I don't love it or miss the way that it looks when it's shrunken. It's just a nice soft bed full of curls like moss. But there comes a certain point where I just can't. But my hair is as shrunken as it can healthily be anymore. Like it comes here, and then at the most maybe here. Um, the most shrunken. So it's medium length to long when it shrinks now. But anyway, I forgot what I was segueing into. Um, I don't wear my hair long all the time. When my hair is one, it never looks tailbone length because it's always shrunken in some capacity. It only ever looks the length it is when I pull it down, which is cool with me. Um, I didn't. Okay. But about most of the time, my hair looks like it's about armpit length or a little bit longer when I pull it to the front, and bra strap length in the back. So while I really like long hair, it's kind of like a birthday treat for me, like a change. And before I really like long hair, I really like 4C hair. I really like black hair. I really like my brown hair. I really like curls and coils and fluff. Fluff is my favorite. So like I think it's a thing where I have long hair sometimes and I have coily hair all the time. And I know that my hair is long, but nobody else knows. And sometimes somebody will be telling me, oh, yeah, my daughter has really long hair. I heard once from somebody doing a ride service. And it's just like, oh, yeah, I have the same length hair as your daughter. And he looks at me and he goes, oh, no, but my daughter has like really actually long hair. And it's just like, oh, I see you've never met black people before. And it's just so funny to me. I'm just like, okay. Or like I'll let my hair down and I'll go someplace and it's just like I have somebody pick up my hair, not to be negative, and go, oh, that's a nice wig, like conspiratorial to me. And it's just like, ma'am, this is a drive-through. Like I wasn't in a drive-through, but it's like human. I'm I don't know how to tell you this, but I'm a real person. You don't touch people without their permission. or make assumptions about people without their permission. And like, I don't know how to tell you. It is not a week. I understand that there's a lot of it, and it might have gotten to the point where like it makes you no, I thanks. It's an appendage. Please put me down. I don't want to be picked up. I'm like, oh now, thank you. And it was just such a funny interaction because like it gets to a point where you can tell people and they ask you and they just won't freaking believe you. You can tell them, oh, my hair is real, and then it's just. But like, it'd be nice to combat that a little bit. Like, um, what a weird thing to ask. What a strange thing to do, going around touching strangers. Like, I promise you, it's a lot more boring than you think. I don't know. It's quite funny. I've had a lot of people touch my head without my permission, and it's just like, excuse me, I would like to inform you that this is a museum. We have a no touching policy. I am a touch starved human, and if you touch me, it's going to dysregulate me, and I would like you to. We mind our manners that we learned in pre K. We learned our ABCs, we learned our P's and Q's, and we also learned don't touch people. Leave me alone. Sorry. Again, it's been a long time of cutting my hair, and I'm almost halfway done. And that explains the longer I go, the more feral I'll get. So if you like entertainment, be entertained, I guess. Curses. Happy curses. And this toy. I'll measure it with this one. There you go. It was an illusion. But wait, there's more. This is the front half of my hair. And my bangs and sideburns and stuff. I've got a donut. A nice donut. Hey. Oh. Mistakes. Mistakes were made. Please envelop yourself. Thank you. Oh, it kind of literally looks like a macaroni on my head. Yeah. You see, that's the curve. Mm-hmm. So, like, I guess, you know the song and the Princess and the Frog? Once you start getting, like, halfway through and above, you just, oh, say. It's just like, I would like to be all the way there. But it's so silly because I'll complain or like silly complain, but like I've got a big smile on my face of just like, yeah, this is what I wanted to do. I wanted to be sitting here detangling my hair. I wanted to spend the time with myself and enjoy it and get a chance to touch my hair, see how it's doing, cut off all the ends that are making my life harder. Like I'm so excited to do my hair after a haircut. Just it's glorious. It's absolutely fantastic. Um, let's see. What other things about my hair are there? Hmm. In the front half, there's like a little secret there. Uh, oh, that's a fun thing that I'll show you in a bit. If you're still awake, it's like late, and I won't, I will be awake here because halfway. But, my sideburns, I'm pretty sure a bit that still qualifies as my sideburns go down to my waist, and it's absolutely maniacal to me. I love it. It's absolutely hilarious to me. Just yes, my sideburns. They just keep going and going for 5 minutes. I don't know. I love hair. I love short hair. I love short coily hair. I love all kinds of hair. It's just absolutely fascinating to me. Like hair's just so freaking cool. I love my hair. I like that coils. I like that bends. One of the cool things about natural hair, about specifically, I would say type 4, I'm going to go specifically for 4C hair. Um, so, I don't know how to describe this, but our hair is like silk. And typically, when people say that, they think that you're talking about straight hair. Well, straight hair could be like silk once it's unfurled, right? Coily hair, 4C hair, is silk, but it's raw silk. It's silk untouched, unmanipulated, cocooned perfectly and cared for by the nice little silkworms. It's protective, it's kind, it's soft, it's unmessed with by human hands. It's divine. Like, our hair is like bundles of raw silk before it's been touched, before it's been manipulated or made into something that it wasn't supposed to be. At its original purpose, it's a nurturing thing that holds something precious, that wraps itself around something that took the time to make it. It's like a whole circle and system that makes perfect sense. So I think sometimes if you're having a little trouble with your hair and loving your hair after all of the internalized things that you can get from society about having just, it's so silly that having tiny precious little curls could be so controversial. Hers is so freaking weird. What the heck? Curls? Really? That's a problem? Hmm. But over time, it's like, I guess, internalized racism and things have convinced us that our hair's not pretty. But genuinely, have you ever seen a raw silk cocoon where the silkworms are allowed to live, where they built it for themselves and they live, where they've spun it the way that it's supposed to be? It's a bundle. It's like a tight little coily bundle. And I think it's something good to repeat to yourself, that your hair is silky. It's silk before people messed it up. Your hair is like silk. Your hair is precious and pure and wonderful. I think that 4C hair is silky in a way that only. How do I describe this? It's silk for the fae. It's silk for magic. it's silk in a way that hasn't been manipulated to suit something that it was never made for. And while I love wearing silk scarves, part of the reason I appreciate it is because it came from something. It looks like my hair. And I think the language that we use around our hair is really important. And love, self love, love for your blackness, love for your hair is an heirloom. And you choose how you pass it down. And you don't have to pass it to your children, you pass it to the next person next to you. You pass it to anybody that you can. Because it's something precious. It's not something to demean. It's not something to say, oh, this thing is less than, or it's not, it's holy. And I don't know how else to describe that. It's holy because it is you. Like, when I was born, I came out of the womb with an afro, which is really quite funny. Like, I was born with a fro. And I like that. I like that I came into this world like this and I'm gonna leave like this. I came exactly how I was supposed to be. Just, it's like the idea of there's so many things that are natural to me that I guess could be seen as not special, but like it's not true at all. Like with brown eyes. Brown eyes aren't just pretty because they get light in the sun. Brown eyes are pretty because they're brown, because they're warm, because when somebody with brown eyes looks at you, you feel warm. You feel like, I don't know why, with people who have dark brown eyes, and that's quite a lot of black people, our eyes are warm. And blue eyes are beautiful too, and green eyes, and all the eye colors are really beautiful. But my eyes are brown. I tried to filter one day out of curiosity for like yellow or blue eyes. And you know what happened? It freaked me the heck out. Because that's not my face. That's not who I am. And I think people can look really cool with contacts. And this isn't some sort of moral superiority about appearances and whether or not you use contacts or anything like that. Because, like, you came to this world to party. Or maybe you didn't. Maybe you came to read books. But for me personally, I like my brown eyes more than I like any other eye color on me because it just feels. I want to feel like someone when you look at them feels warm, like you feel safe. If I think if I could look at somebody and make them feel safe, then I'm the most powerful person in the world. If I can make you feel understood, like give you a wink really badly, then I'm the most powerful person in the world. I think one of the best things that you can be is warm, and if you got it built in where you just look friendly, that's good. And I think as an extension of that, I like having big fluffy hair because I think makes me look friendly. Like I look soft. My nose isn't a hard edge. My mouth isn't a hard edge. My hair doesn't have hard edges. I'm just soft. And I feel like that reassures people. I think it's good to look like a friend. You look like a friend. And a lot of time I thought about having like a snatched jawline and but like why? There's so many different types of faces and so many different types of ways of being that are just so pretty. Just you ever just sit and you look at people and you're like, well dang, we're all really here, huh? Like you're really doing the damn thing. Like, huh. I kinda think I wish I looked like you, but also like just yeah. I think admiration without envy is just appreciating somebody and just being like, well, dang, nice, cool. What a nice thing to look at you. And I think that we can think that about ourselves without comparing ourselves to other people. And again, I'm a human being. I struggle with comparing myself to other people. I have people that I get like jealous of, and I'm sitting there going like, "Oh, if only." And it's just like, shh, you silly goose. Like, I don't know. If you want to, it's the middle of the night, and there's only three people here. Like, go look in the mirror and be like, there's something to appreciate there. I don't know. I like to apparently ramble, and then I'll go like be quiet for the next 3 days because I talked myself out, and it's just too much for me. Oh gosh, we're not gonna finish before like 3 a.m. I just know it. I know it. The stream will be here, but you know, if you need to sleep, it's okay. It's good to sleep and stuff. I don't want to deprive anybody of a good rest at night because, oh, it's late. I'm going to deprive myself of a good rest because I said I was going to cut my hair, and that I will do. And this is mainly to protect myself from 16 hours of work in the fall. I do not want to need to do this again. If I want to blow out my hair, I will. But currently, I'm done with this. I have had my fun. So I just want to cut my hair while I have the chance and just have a nice, healthy, shrunken hair summer. Put my hair in my mini twists and a bun and just have fun and not worry about it at all. My posture's getting worse and worse. I'm just. Okay. This is. Hello? Excuse me. Thank you. Okay. Listen here. Listen here. You go over there. I don't know. I'm just chilling. Like, a lot of the time, I'm very much not chilling, and I don't know if there's any stock in this, but I'm a Gemini, so sometimes I'm just like, ah, everything's on fire, let's set Barney on fire, let's watch Barney die. And then other times I'm basically a capybara. I'm just chilling with everybody else, like, and yeah, I don't know what's with that. Maybe there's something to that Gemini thing. But I think there's just me chilling or me panicking. I'm running out of things to say. I probably have some more hair facts up my sleeves because I always do. It's like It's like my thing. It's like when magician pulls out an endless rope of ribbons, and they're like, "Do you want some more?" That's me with the hair facts. Just, hey, would you like another hair fact? Oh, please, I'm full. Um, you know what? All right, I'm gonna put this back in a ponytail or some sort of. There's just a certain point of doing your hair where you get loopy and you're like, am I even cutting the right side of my head? Did I do this side already? And the answer is no, we're in the right place. We're good. Just get this out of the way so I don't confuse myself. Tiny little bit. We're almost halfway there. What else? Fun hair stuff. I have been learning about biomimetic hair science, and there's like a whole video if you go and look up like the Eco Well and biomimetic hair science and K18 technology for hair repair and how it repairs the bonds in your hair. If you want something super cool to go look at and hair sciencey and brand new, where like how things are like marketing and they tell you that it is hair repair, but it's not. They made something completely different that I think actually might work for hair repair, and it's super exciting. It's not like a protein treatment or anything. And I was like, oh, hey, the future's now. Ooh, wait. Maybe that's just me being a complete freaking nerd. Okay, we got it. We got it. We got it. We got it. I'm now at the mental state of my brain just going, what's that Rob Zombie? Just do it, baby, do it. And I'm just like trying to push myself, like, come on, finish, you got this. But I don't know. I think it's entertaining to do this in real time. So I guess you could entertain yourself with the decline of my mental state, and also just it's not like some magic thing where you don't have to spend. Some people don't have to spend hours of time doing their hair to get it where they need it to be, but I do, and you might too. That might be a thing where like maybe the thing in your way is you just need a lot more time that you might not have, you know? And like, don't be hard on yourself. Don't be too hard on yourself. Like, sometimes it can be hard. Sometimes you've got other stuff going on in your life and you don't have a bunch of time on your hands. And I guess in another way, showing it being difficult, showing it taking time and effort rather than it being some oil or some specific product or some specific thing that you have to buy or that somebody's specifically selling to you that'll do it for you. It might be reassuring to be like, you could do it broke and you'll be fine. You could do it with limited products. You could do it with stuff you've got in your kitchen. You'll be fine. Um, Sometimes it could be down to effort and Sometimes it's absolutely not down to effort, and that sentiment being a blanket statement can be really ableist and not okay because, like, some people are sick. Some people have medical conditions that cause their hair to thin, and like, there's no superior hair. There's no superiority with length. Like, if your hair is short, you're on an equal playing field, equal value, equal worth, equal everything as somebody with long hair. If your hair is bleach damaged and you're just chilling and enjoying your hair color, you're on an equal playing field, equal value, equal everything with anybody else. If you're going through alopecia, if you're going through hair loss, you're equal and worthy to anybody else. It's not a thing where we should be making moral judgments on people based on the length of their hair and how fast they grow their hair out, or how fast they're able to do something, or whether they're able to do it at all, or whether it's the peak of health. Like, your body doesn't need to be the peak of health to deserve to exist, does it? And like, we could say, oh, well, at least you're healthy. Some people aren't healthy. Some people don't have the time to worry about eating a certain amount of colors or antioxidants or things like that. Some people don't have a bedtime or things like that. You're human. You're a human being. There's so many different ways to be a human being, and all of them are valid. There's no moral high ground, there's no aesthetic high ground. There's just you and what you want to do and what you're able to do. And that's cool. Really cool. At some point in my life, I might not be able to have long hair, and that's cool. I like it right now, and I'm doing it right now because that's what I'm going to do. But if I change my mind, cool. It shouldn't be a radical idea that people don't have to justify their existence or to exist in a certain way to be valid. You just exist. That's all there is to it. You don't need a justification. You don't need a reason. People who tell you that you need to be a certain way to be beautiful or wrong. You don't have to be concerned with beauty at all to be valid. So, I don't know. That was a tangent. The reason I'm holding this back behind my head is where this is the center back of my head, so it's going to fall that way in that direction. And if I bring it forward, if I cut it straight across from the angle when I bring it forward without pinching it so that it's in the same orientation, it's going to, when I put it back, be slanted like this and like really short in the center. So what I'm doing is I'm going through it though and finding any little fairy nets that I missed and cutting those. Because throughout is just as important as your ends, and you mostly get the hairs throughout when you've got really curly hair, even when it's stretched by touch, because it's not like straight hair where you run your fingers across it and it pops up in a certain way, because your curls are going to pop up in a certain way. So I think finger detangling helps with that, because I can feel when there's a piece of hair, even a single piece of hair, up in my hair, not at the ends, that needs to be cut. Let's see. What else is going on in this planet? At least the gentle kind of things. If anybody's still here, I see 2 people are here. If you have any questions, just ask me. I'm cool with questions. I don't know if I'm literally cool, but I think I'm cool. I think I'm like an owl kind of person. No, I had a genetic thing done to check my ancestry and stuff and my health predisposition. And like, I'm literally an owl person. I'm supposed to be up at night. Just happier being up a little bit later. Get like a burst of energy in the evening time. I haven't gone skateboarding yet this summer. I don't want to. But I don't really know where I want to go skateboard. I'm going to go someplace that's not too hot. And a place near me has like a new skate park that looks really nice. But I have a longboard. So I would like to go in a more suitable area, like a pump track or something. Or I could just go somewhere like a park and cruise. Sometimes I just like massaging my scalp. I don't know if it does anything. I don't think so. I just do it because it feels good. Oh boy. We're almost halfway there. Almost pepping myself up because. Kind of like happy I got so good at finger detangling. Like, I think practice really, really helps with this. I'm just detangling, getting it done. I'm so warm. Oh boy. I have no idea how it got warmer now that the sun is set. Like maybe my apartment has registered the heat or something, or it's like baked into here now. Oh boy. I think I could basically do my hair with my eyes closed now, but it's nice that I can pull it forward and actually see it now. This one, I'm gonna put these 2 together. Make the illusion of telling myself I'm saving some time. You can have it as a little treat. Mm-hmm. I started reading a book recently. I got Zora Neale Hurston's Their Eyes Were Watching God, and I'm about 3 chapters in. Maybe 4? I think it's 4 now. And I have it Um, it's supposed to be on my nightstand, but actually it's under my nightstand right now. And it's really, really good. I'm really enjoying it. Like, I don't know how to put it. It feels relieving to read a story just from a black southern perspective. Like, and yeah, it was like the 20s when the novel was set, but there's something like at home about it. It's just a relief, just a rest where like you're in a story where it's just black and mossy and the roads are dirt and the woods, the fences are wooden, and I don't know, it feels good. I haven't finished reading it, so I have a lot more to go, but I like the main character a lot. I don't know why I like her, but yeah, there's just something about her. I suppose she was written to be liked. So I guess I'll see how the story goes. I have a reading list this summer. I got some books. Um, an author I know was sweet enough to give me two of his books, which is super freaking cool. It's just since university, I've been a really slow reader because I guess I've just gone on like a forever burnout because I got more sick in university and had to leave at a certain point, and I was an English major, and I used to read a bunch of books a day, but then yeah, so I'm building it back up for myself, reading more often because when I was little, I loved to go outside, climb up a tree with my book, and just stay outside for like 8 hours straight, and my hair got really just middle brown and like nice dry mud color. And like I know it sounds really weird, but like I mean that in the most affectionate, happy way possible. And I just spent my summers up trees reading, and I miss that. I want to climb a tree this summer with my book. I don't care if I'm 29. I might break my ankle on the way down, but I'm gonna do it. So that's on my summer bucket list. And I feel like Their Eyes Are Watching God is probably the perfect book to take up into a tree with you. I honestly feel sometimes when I'm detangling my hair, like when your aunt's doing your hair and she's just like, oh, it's the last braid, and it's been the last braid for 30 fucking minutes. And it's just like, I feel like I'm doing that to myself, like, last braid, last braid, last braid. It's fine, it's only on the last braid. Oh, right, there's just a certain point where I start quietly begging. I don't know. I have a tendency to smile all the time, even when like I'm tired or like genuinely upset about something. Just be like sitting there smiling, but not like in a passive aggressive way. It's an automatic thing that like most of the emotions I have are expressed by smiling, and when I stop smiling, help. And the problem, the other one is when I stop smiling and I start smiling again, help. Uh, right now, it's sort of a neutral distress smile. Good distress. Well, like you see this, it's like, well, in front of my face. It is 10:30 at night, and it's time for some cushion and again. Huh? Hello. What else is there to fill the silence? Mm, I've been wanting to try out makeup lately. I don't usually wear any makeup. I got into lip gloss a couple of years ago, and I really like that. But I've been liking seeing these pictures of shimmery, glittery eyeshadow, but the ones that kind of look like watercolor in your skin. Like not so much like defined edges or any like harsh lines, but I kind of want to look like somebody gently painted my eyes in a way that you only see it in the right lighting, like your skin's iridescent. I like that. And I tried it out the other day. Mm, I liked it. I don't know if it's technically what you're supposed to do with makeup. I liked it. And I've been trying to find a way that is like not like weird feeling on my face because I don't really like things on my face. But also I want to have fun like the other folks. And I feel like I don't know. I want to try it out. I want to experiment, enjoy some new things, learn about it, participate. Um, I used to do my hair standing up. I don't do that anymore because I like having a back, which at this point, there's a certain point where my back just starts burning when I'm doing my hair. And like underneath my shoulder blades, because I wing out quite a lot, ends up really hurting, and then I'll just and go to bed. It's just like I'm done for the night. Yay! Like it's like a workout. Like you actually like your whole body gets sore after doing your head of hair for like oh no, how long has it been? It's been 8,000 years. I don't. I mean, I have a party trick that's kind of stupid. I don't know. I can make. My partner calls it going supersonic. I can make a noise that's absurdly high. So if you're wearing headphones, I'm warning you for your own good. But I don't know. It's not anything like super interesting. But it's also the middle of the night and I'm running out of things to say. So, fun fact I've got a squeaker in my throat or something. Unfortunately, sometimes that's actually the sound of fear for me. So there's no way to signal to anybody else that like something horrible is happening because I'm there and then there's me and then it's like, huh, that certainly doesn't sound like fear. It sounds like a bicycle. Oh, beep beep. Okay, we got this. We got this. We can do this. Yeah. We're not tired. We're not tired at all. This is just evidence. We're putting this in the evidence case of just, this was hard work. Well, hard work. What I've been doing for 7 years. And I got better, much better at it around the 2-year mark. Oh, oh, we're halfway there. I think. Ah, yay. Halfway there, halfway there, halfway there, halfway there. It's so funny because to me it looks so short when it's held out like this. But I think that's because it's really thick. And then I guess because it's shrinking. So, but actually each individual piece is a lot longer, and it's thick to the point where like you can't hold it all and pull it all at the same time because it just won't work. But I've compacted this side a little bit. This looks wild because it's like mid-shrink. But the shortest layer at the crown of my head is here at my rib cage, and the longest layer, you stand up, I say as my bones creak. The longest layer from pull to the front is here, like well down my hips and pull from the front. So I think it's still on this tailbone. I'm trying to get my head straight. I'm tired, and my alarm for Duolingo is going to go off. So the bird, he threatens, and when it does, I'm going to do one lesson. Just one lesson, and you're going to hear me do my Mandarin and get a bunch of things wrong. So if that's your jam, but I have to do my language before bed. And if it gets to 12 o'clock, then I miss the day. And I use streak freezes sometimes, but I don't want to use a streak freeze tonight, so you're probably going to see me do my lesson. Actually, you know what, since at the halfway point, I'm just going to take care of my lesson now. And I guess I'll tell you about what I'm learning. My phone's dead. I've got to do it on the computer. If you're here, would you like me to share with you my Duo lesson, what I'm working on? So you can see which language I'm learning? I'm not doing the best job of it, but it's fun. I'll just share it. This is an intermission between the first half and the last. Hold on. Let me just make sure I'm not doxing myself. So, very quickly, don't know if you can see this. This is what I've been working on. And because I'm shy, I'm just going to. I think I'm going to mute the site so it's not loud. Mute site. Legendary. Let's see what I remember. Oh god, maybe I shouldn't mute the site. I'm gonna. If you are listening to this and you're sleepy, it might be a good idea to turn it down just a bit because I don't know if you can hear the actual lesson.
他常常去超市。他常常去超市。
去常常
And got it backwards.
美国饭馆。美国饭馆。
Oh boy. You know what? No! It's already not legendary.
我的儿子常常去书店。我都儿子，我的儿子常常去书店。常常菜书店。
我的儿子常常在书店。我的儿子常常去书店。I'm not very good at Mandarin. Okay. My son, 我的儿子常常 and then those.
你喜欢英文书店，对不对？你喜欢英文书店，对不对？你喜欢英文书店，对不对？喜欢书店，对不对？
你喜欢书店对？
你喜欢英文书店，对不对？
Oh, that's right. 你喜欢
英文。你喜欢英文书店，对不对？对不对？
他
常常去。我喜欢书店。我喜欢书店。
常常去。我常常去韩国超市。我常常去韩国超市。去韩国超市。我常常去韩国超市。
我常常去韩国超市。我
常常去。
Yeah, that's 中文 but I don't know this one.
超市。
超市。我常常去中文超市。Okay.
他常常去超市。
他
常常去超市。
我的老公常常去书店。
我的老公常常去书店。我的老公 My husband 常常 frequently 去书店 goes to bookstore. Bookstore. Korean supermarket. 韩国
韩国
超市。
超市。
我常常去超市。
我常常去超市。Frequently. It's just basic phrases, and I'm a complete beginner at this one. I frequently go to the Korean supermarket.
我常常去韩国超市、书店。
书店, bookstore. And she frequently goes to the Japanese supermarket. So the character for she and he sound exactly the same, but for she it looks like this. And for he it looks like this for the first character. So
他
他常常
常常
去 No, that sounds 去 Okay. 日本超市
日本超市。
他常常去日本超市。
我常常去书店。
我常常去书店。I frequently to bookstore. Yeah. She frequently goes to the American supermarket. 他常常去 Say American. 美国超市。
我的儿子常常去书店。我的儿子，我的儿子常常去书店。常常去书店。
So I think that's my son frequently goes to the bookstore. 我的儿子常常去。Is that 书店? Yeah. Okay, back to suffering. I practice French on Duolingo usually, but I've been doing Mandarin to take a break. I'm kind of just doing it for fun. And I enjoy it. Sometimes it's hard and I get frustrated, but then the more I do it, the more I understand. And it's sort of gamified. So it makes it something that you kind of want to do daily. I'm going to switch my headphones around. Sorry, probably about the noise. It's just, I'm sleepy. Yeah, okay. So we're halfway there. The front hopefully will take less time. I really hope. Oh my gosh. Hello, 5 folks. Hello, 5 people. Howdy. Have any questions? I'm just trimming my hair. I took a brief break to do my Duolingo lesson because the bird he honks. I have a duo plush in my living room, and I'm pretending to be afraid of him because the joke about the bird app is that he kidnaps people and like does horrible things to them if they don't do their language lesson. So I did my lesson for tonight. Oh my god. Oh, what did I do? Please. Oh. We interrupt this programming to bring you what appears to be a butt cheek and legs made of hair. Alright, no, that's too weird. I said something far too strange. I'm so tired. I'm just a sleepy potato. That did nothing. Okay. So we're gonna pull out the big guns. Patience is a virtue. Or a reason. Here we go. This is 1/4 of my hair going up. So I can focus on the other side. Oh boy. And here comes the thing. Oh. Excuse me, little fairy knot, but no. When did I get so much hair? You guys do any languages for fun, or do you do Duolingo at all? Anything like that? Okay, before I start this half of my hair, I do want to show you something. I was sitting and I was thinking to myself something. So let me just pull all this back. Because I've been really stressed out. I don't know if you can see it. This spot in my hair was thinning really badly, and a couple months ago was just gone, like empty, completely gone, because I've been really stressed out. I probably don't seem like I've been stressed out, but I kind of internalize when I'm really stressed. But I thought of something that might be reassuring. If you've been dealing with like the same thing where your corners are thinning or you're stressed out, or if you're even going through your hair regrowing after like postpartum, or for any reason, even after being sick. I don't know if it still wants to fall some. I've been stressed. A lot of us have been really stressed out. And while I keep trying to find whimsy in things, doesn't mean things aren't hard. It's just I'm coping. I trying to make the best by finding a way to be gentle in life. Uh-oh. Wow, I'm still the exact same person I was when I was 5. Okay, so this is the area. This is the part of my hair that thins and falls out whenever I get stressed. And right now, it's really thin. But the thin part, it's fallen out from iron deficiency anemia before, and because I have some health issues. And it's also falling out from just extreme stress. So this corner of my hair is extremely sensitive, and you can see like this is much more see-through than the rest of my hair. But I was thinking about it last night, and this is gonna sound maybe just weird, or at least quite out of the ordinary. I learned to love it last night. You know, it's so weird. I learned to love the patch in my hair that's growing back in short. And you know, something I realized it looks like, you know, when there's a forest fire, right? And the trees, they stand up. I'm going to show you. When the trees stand up and you see the bushes and the underbrush and the flowers growing in the ash, replenishing and feeding the land that was there before, that used to be a big canopy of trees underneath. It looks like the aftermath of a forest fire. Like, in a good way. Again, I don't know how I was able to see this in a positive light, but I was. The part of my hair that is thin and fallen out from like horrific stress, which no one would ever know was there, but I'm showing you because I'm not ashamed of it, because there's nothing to be ashamed of. And a lot of Black women have hair that thins, especially in this spot. And there's nothing bad about that. There's nothing less than about that. But basically, the way that it looks like when the underbrush starts growing back during a forest fire. And because just my life, there was a fire in it. And it broke my heart and just ripped it out completely. And I'm still going through a lot. I'm not even going to get into it. I'm going through a lot just because I enjoy whimsy and because I try to find joy. It doesn't mean I don't experience bad things, trust me. I know. That's why when I look at people, I'm looking at them. But the feeling that I have is when there's a forest fire, and I'm going to start trimming this area because it needs to be cut too. It needs to be taken care of, even if it's fallen out. Because it's going to grow back. It's going to thicken up again. And I'm not going to destroy what's there just because it survived. I'm happy it survived. But basically, when there's a forest fire, what happens during the forest fire is the old growth, the old forest burns up. And it doesn't mean the old growth wasn't necessary or important. But the thing that happens is when that forest burns down, it's an incredibly sad thing, except for the flowers. The soil gets rich in a way that fosters the growth of the flowers. The sky opens up so that the sunlight can get down to the earth so that new things can grow there. The flowers come in these vibrant and beautiful colors, and they stand among like ashen trees. And just somehow those trees that are still standing after the fire, completely covered in ash and destroyed, become more beautiful. I think my favorite color of this is like when the flowers are purple, standing up in between all those trees that made it, barely. And I learned when I was up late at night just reading Wikipedia articles that when that happens, the flowers have a purpose. So these are the trees, and the new growth is the flowers. Yeah. So when my hair is growing back after falling out in that spot, it's blooming again, and those flowers, they go down, they're ephemeral, they don't stay. So that area might fall out again. It might, but I feel like it'll come back more solidly. The flowers, when they die down after their season, they replenish the soil and they solidify the nutrients there after they feed on the aftermath of the fire. And then it makes it possible for the trees to start growing themselves there again because the flowers get their nutrients from the death of the trees. And that cycle means that the flowers feed the baby trees when they're trying to come back. And it sounds silly, but it's not silly to me because I think sometimes we have so much trouble finding beauty in places where our hair is thinning. And it might be like rich coming from me because I have a lot of hair on my head and I have just one little thinning spot. But like, I guess this is about me and my hair, so I learned to love it because I know I had a fire in my life, but the flowers are here. And I know that there might be another fire, but there will be more flowers. And every single time something burns down, every time my hair falls out in this little area that's been falling out and regrowing for years, a little bit of hope will spring up, soft and fuzzy and new, and just that'll help. It's silly. But in my heart, I know it's not silly. Because sometimes it's so hard to make something so ridiculed feel beautiful to yourself, especially when you've ridiculed it to yourself. When you've made yourself feel like there's something wrong with you for going through a natural human thing that just happens to people. You know? It's good to find something that you love about yourself, even in things that you think that you hate, but it's just because you've been taught to hate it and because other people put hateful things onto you and like expect you to hate things about yourself that you don't have to. You don't have to. You can just be at peace. And I am certainly not at peace, but you know what? I will be. So fluffy. A little tough to hair. The area was falling out so bad that I even had to trim the hairs around it. So any little hairs in between that area might have gotten a little trim just because it's just... When you look at my hair on the side, there's going to be a hole right here. And that's because I have a thin spot. There's nothing wrong with that. And I don't know, like, it's made me sad a lot to see it there, but also, like, okay. I accept it. I knew it that this would take forever. But the live stream is going to be in a playlist on my profile, and I'm just going to leave it up there just in case anybody asks how I trim my hair or how long it takes, because it takes longer than this is going to go, because basically this is missing an hour of what I've already done. Okay. I'm going to do the back part first and just make sure I can get this stuff up and done, and then I can rest. I don't have any sort of work in the morning because I'm disabled, so I want people to take it like, something a little different. I have a lot of time on my hands and I can sleep a bit later than a lot of people. And sometimes, obviously, I'm disabled, so it can really get in the way where sometimes I can't function. It's nothing to be ashamed of. I spent so much time just being like an ableist jerk to myself, thinking like, oh, if I just did this, then I'd be worthy of something. I don't know. Existing? Like, what a silly concept. You're born worthy of existing. That's not something anybody can take away from you. It's okay for me to take up space, and I don't have to justify my existence by being well, by being healthy. Like, I'm lucky for the health that I do have, and the health that I don't have. Like, why be cruel to myself? Jeez. I'm learning to be kind to myself, and I guess I'm learning through my hair, weirdly, because of the time it takes. I've never spent so much time ever taking care of myself. Never would have fathomed it. I would have thought it was incredibly vain and silly and shallow, but like, it's not, because I'm learning to like myself and to think that I'm worth taking care of at all, and that's important. And I'm doing it my way. I'm not doing it in a prescribed way or in a way that's necessarily expected of me. I don't care what somebody might perceive as, oh, it's too much, or too much effort, or too much whatever. Like, this is peace. It sounds so silly, but this is how I feel peaceful. I guess nothing feels silly or sounds silly if it's just true. But what do I know? I'm just a kid who's 4, and each day I grow some more. One of the other things that's kind of fun about the thinning side is it's much faster to take care of. Oh, for the thinning spot of my hair, there are some special things that I do to not cause more breakage, to not cause more tangling. Like that area, one, I take a lot of extra time detangling because bundle of straws is thicker than one, you know? So if there's less straw, gotta be a little bit more gentle. So I really take my time in that area, and when I put my hair up, I literally will separate this whole front area out on both sides and leave that down, put my hair up, and then lightly tuck this front area into the rest of my hair. I don't pull it up into styles. I'll do mini twist on it, but it's not tight at the root or anything, and even this one will be a comically large mini twist compared to the others because I don't care, I'm protecting it. It's a very weird thought that I just had. That probably applies to other places in my life of just, why would I scorn the parts of myself that need the attention most? This is nice. There's 4 people here. Do you have any questions? Let's see. What else is there to just talk about gently? Getting towards the front of my hair and halfway there, almost there. Oh, I've got a little thing that I do that's not related to hair that I really enjoy. I like collecting, I only get maybe once a year. Get one once a year. Or, well, let me tell you what it is for first. I like to collect vintage nightgowns. So, in my birthday video in the green dress, that is a vintage nightgown that somebody died, like hand dyed. And there's a little shop there that sells, on Etsy, that shop sells vintage nightgowns, and there's a bunch of other places on Etsy that just sell vintage clothes and vintage sleepwear. I really, really, really like vintage sleepwear. Partially because I noticed something quite silly. I noticed that a lot of dresses that have that inner lining layer, where like it's got like the nice skin tone like show through. I really like those kinds of dresses, but every time I go to look to get one secondhand, or like online or in a store or something, the slip underneath is always sewn directly into dress. And the slip, the nude color of the slip, is always a white person's skin tone. And it's just like, why are any of these dresses ever brown? Like, what's with that? That's not cool. And then I don't want to wear it and feel like I'm wearing somebody else's skin with a dress on top. And that makes me feel like kind of sad because like I'm walking around knowing that this dress wasn't ever made with me in mind. I don't know, maybe I'm taking it too seriously. But with vintage nightgowns and slips, it's beautiful and it's got that nice sheer quality. And what I do is I have my own brown dress that matches my skin that I put underneath them. And I wear it underneath most of my slips. And then it's got that nice, pretty sheer dress lacy quality. But very bluntly, I don't have to wear white skin. Like something that's meant to be nude on, I decided I don't want to buy those dresses because they're not made for me and it's really weird. And one of the things I really love seeing is Nigerian women's wedding dresses. They're so pretty. And it's the first time in my life I've ever seen brown lace on something. Brown lace to match the skin. It's just like, oh man, that's cool. But I've never seen that around here. So I decided that I would have my own lace dresses. And they would be ones that literally nobody else has because they're so old. There's just one of a lot of these dresses. And if you want to find another one, you're probably going to hunt for like 3 years. So, also, the thing about vintage nightgowns as dresses, they're so comfortable because they're sleepwear. But they're also just so beautiful and made with such care. Like a lot of them, if it's a nylon dress or slip or nightgown, it's still mass produced. A lot of them are made by like Vanity Fair or like I think maybe Gay Mode or what other brands of vintage nightgowns are there. I saw one that was really pretty from Saks Fifth Avenue that got sold a while ago, and it was gorgeous. But there goes that, which is good. It's good for my wallet because there's a reason why I only buy one a year. But anyway, I just think that they're so beautiful, and I kind of just want to live in, I guess, 1930s to 1970s sleepwear, if that makes sense. Like, I want a long, ridiculously poofy billowing skirt, or like those liquid satin 1930s nightgowns. Those are cool. Then those are just my thoughts. Those are things that I really like. And then one of the things I do if I just need a distraction from life is, this is not recommended, but since everything is secondhand, I go and I look. I go window shopping on Etsy, and I just look at all the pretty old-fashioned nightgowns. And I really enjoy things like that, like antiques. I'm really gonna have to speak. This is where this area is now. This area is here, and the area that been the most little length check, literally. Oh, that grew up. Not bad. Is that my cheek now? Cool beans. I think my hair, once I've gotten the hang of it, has retained length more, so it appears like my hair is growing faster than it was. Oh, sorry I missed your message. Hi. Thank you for the compliment and Infinity McLaughlin. Sorry I didn't see that earlier. Thank you. Here we go. I'm going through it, going down here. We're gonna get there. This side is going so much faster, but I'm so grateful. This is great. This is here, and how am I gonna cut it? This. And then, yeah, okay, cool beats. I love summer. Spring is my favorite time of the year, but I just like it when the sun's out. I like rainy days a lot too, but I like summer rain. I really I'm not somebody that likes the cold at all. And I keep every year tell myself, I'm gonna like the cold. It's gonna be great. I like snow. I like that in the area I live in, when it snows, when snow falls on the ground, it's so clean. It sparkles. Like, it literally looks like I'm in a snow globe and I'm surrounded by just glitter. It glitters underneath the streetlights like that. It's just freaking gorgeous. And I love that. I like snow. But I hate being cold because I'm a southerner And I haven't been in the South in such a long time, but like, can't take the South out of me. And I don't know if you can hear it or not because I've lived with so many different people, and I've lived in different places. Sometimes I feel like I've been robbed because I'm supposed to sound Gullah, but I don't. But I like my voice the way it is now. Let's see. So. Okay, yeah. This is why I do it in small sections, because if I do it in larger sections, it won't connect to the back the way that it should. We're getting there. I'm glad I finally got the hang of this stream thing and that the signal stopped dropping out. There's no wood to knock on, really. So, here we go. I guess I could probably tell you about something else I really like, or one of my favorite songs. It's probably not something that you'd be expecting, actually, so if you have a curiosity about some of the stuff that I like, one of my favorite songs of all time is St. Paul's Missionary Baptist Church Blues by La Dispute. And it's specifically, I don't think it's necessarily about a church, or at least it isn't for me, but the lyrics are about a church that's standing, I think, in Grand Rapids, Michigan, where they're from, and it's about how time wears on around it and how the world moves on from it and through it, and how the people move through it, and how that's kind of like being human. So one of the lines is, stained glass in the choir sings out that strong and ceaseless chorus here. How sweet the voices. I think sweet like leaves into the street on Istream. A celebration carried out for God and hope and refuge. To keep us warm, to give us shelter from the storm. I'm not getting the lyrics exactly right, but basically that's the sentiment of it. And it's kind of, over time, this church becomes forlorn. The people abandon it, it gets forgotten about. Its stained glass windows crack, and it falls into disrepair, and around it, it goes from the 60s to 70s to the 80s, and cell phone stores and commercialism pops up around it. But then, at the end of the song, it says, a stained glass window sits untouched among the brickwork worn, a symbol of the beauty only perfect at that moment we were born. And just the other day, I saw a man sweeping weeds out from the concrete, patching unintended cracks. I saw a man lift a rag to wipe those years up from the windows. And I wondered if there's anyone like that for you and me, or anyone else that broke and lost hope. And I don't know, that song makes me cry. And part of the reason I love it so much is like, the man who's singing it, his voice is freaking crying. He's screaming for care and love and hope, and not just to receive it, but for it to exist at all, it feels like. And to me, personally, that song makes me think of what kind of person I want to be. I want to be... Sorry, it literally makes me want to cry. I want to be the kind of person that wipes the years of dirt off of the windows of the people that I love. I want to patch their cracks and sweep their sidewalks and be the anyone like that left for them. To show up for them, to love them, to care for them, to tell them, if you're hungry, I'll feed you. If you're weary, lay your head in my lap and sleep. If you're lost, you can find me. I don't know. That song really means a lot to me. I don't want it to be, I wonder if there's anyone like that out there for you and me. I want us all to be that person. I want the world to be full of that. And I'm not great at it. But I'd like to be. There's so many people I've known that I've cared about so much that I've been so scared of being vulnerable with, or, letting them down, that I don't lean on them at all, and then we cease to know each other. Unless, I don't know, but something about myself that I would like to change. Because it's not that there aren't people that love me, especially, and I want to be very specific here, people that love me that don't hurt me, don't want to hurt me, don't think it's okay to hurt me. Those people, I think that I should probably let them in and go find them as well, to let them in. And I think I'm so bad at real life vulnerability unless it's with one person at a time, and in order to be somebody that others can be vulnerable with, I think that I have to do it first. Or not even first, just at all. And just sometimes the way that you know that you're safe with somebody is if they show you that they feel safe with you. I don't know. I ramble. It's late, so my brain is going to late places. I don't know. I think we all think about things like this when we sit by ourselves wondering. We don't really talk about it. I saw Let Us Speak live once, and it was honestly one of the greatest days of my life. And I would love to see them live again, because it meant the world to me. But that's my favorite song by them, St. Paul's Missionary Baptist Church Blues. And the other one I really like by that band is the Castle Builders. And it's specifically about when your friends, or even yourself, when you're going through hard times in your life, or your friends are going through hard times in your life, being there for them. And that doesn't mean all the time. It doesn't mean being so there for people that you're never there for yourself. That's not good. sometimes that could be like a trauma response, but I'm not a doctor. Just someone who's got PTSD. It's not something that I'm even gonna bother shying away from mentioning because it's a part of me at the moment, and hopefully I can let it go and be at peace. But the Castle Builders has this very specific line that I like. What is it? To summarize the first part, they're saying from this person's sickness, and then they said, I took its bones, so referring to the sickness, or the thing that plagues your friend, the depression, the pain. And we don't have this kind of power over the things that plague our friends, but he talks about taking the bones of that thing that afflicts them and haunts them unfairly, crushing its bones, the bones of the sickness, into the earth, grinding it up with their heel, and mixing it with spit and earth, right? And he talks about taking that, fashioning it into a throne, and sitting hope itself on it for his friends to see. And like, dang. Just, I want to do that for the people that I love. And I understand that too. Instead, this is an idealistic song. But I just want to be, and I try to be. And there's some people I realize I can't be good to because they've hurt me. And they've hurt me so bad that I resent them. And the best thing I can do for people like that is let them be without me, because I don't want my resentment to harm them, because I'm not over it. I'm not over what those people might have done to me. And I'm not going to hurt them because they hurt me. I'm just going to leave. I don't do that. I try not to do that. I'm human. I try not to. But anyway, realistically, I can't take my friend's depression and the people that I love, I can't take their depression away from them and grind the bones of that thing into mortar and fashion a throne for hope. I can't do that, like in the song, but I could give people hope in other ways. I could give the people I love care and warmth, and I'm really gonna mess it up. We're all really gonna mess it up, but like, try. Because we need each other a lot more than we think we do. We need little compliments. We need little honest compliments. And any little warmth spent is worth it. Because sometimes if you can be a hearth for people to rest at, right? If you can be a hearth and a little warm home fire for somebody to rest at, they fashion the throne themselves. And that doesn't mean that their depression goes away. It doesn't mean that your depression goes away. It doesn't mean. It means that sometimes warmth is an anchor for people to hold on to when things are just ripping them apart from, I don't know, wherever they're holding on to. Like if you imagine a person in the sea and they've got a dock or a floaty, or they don't have a dock or a floaty, and what happens is very different to people when they have a support system and when they don't. And I have at least one person in my life that I don't have a lot of energy. I don't have a lot to give or a lot to go around because I get so tired. But as far as I can, and again, I mess up. I've messed up recently. But as much as I can humanly help it, as much as I can do without throwing myself completely under a bus or something, you know. I just want to be a warm place where the people I love can rest their head while they get their bearings, while they understand what's going on with them, while they're making a throne for their hope to sit. And if you have enough people doing that together, regardless of where you're from or what you believe in and what you're doing, this is not news. It's nothing like powerful or new to be saying. It's just common knowledge. If you try compassion for the people that I think people deserve compassion, and that people are human regardless. That's what I genuinely believe, regardless of who they've been, who they'll be. And you can't be compassionate to everybody because eventually you get tired, and eventually there's some people that you're not the one that can do it. Either it's them, they have to do it for themselves, or somebody else is meant for the role that you're fulfilling and clinging on to, hoping that it will help. But for the right people that don't hurt you for it. I think the compassion is deeply necessary, and I think everybody should have it from somebody, and not in a way where it enables somebody that's being terrible. Because sometimes compassion is letting people know, like, I expect better of you than to demean yourself to a point where you harm others. You're better than that. Why are you doing that? And sometimes, like, we need people to remind us, like, what are you doing? You don't harm people, no matter how mad you are, no matter what you're going through. And that doesn't mean, like, again, I'm a human. I've hurt people's feelings before. I've made people cry. I've misunderstood badly and had horrible takes on things. But I think it's good to make sure, I think at the bare minimum, that you're not fueling yourself on malice. You're not allowing yourself to be malicious. And it's hard. Because, like, even passive aggression, I think, is malicious. And if you feel wronged and you feel hurt and things like that, or even worse, like you feel like there's no escape and you can't go anywhere from the things that hurt you. Like even if the things that hurt you, the person you end up hurting isn't even a part of that. Like there's the concept of sadism, which is, at least by the definition that I'm using, is power held over somebody weaker than you or that you perceive to be weaker than you or below you. And using that power to take out on them the power that's been exerted on you. And it's a chain that goes down and down and downward, and it just ends in sorrow. Like, don't be malicious. And I think, at the very least, at the bare minimum, dedicating themselves to not being malicious. And okay, you might make a mistake, you might slip up, you might get really pissed the F off. You might say something really passive aggressive, and then you might cry about it later. It's just like, oh, I don't like that version of myself. Ew, God. And it festers in you, because when you hurt other people, like, at least for me, I don't know how other people work. I'm like quite bad at other people, but it just destroys me. I can't cope with it. Like, if you find you hurt yourself, this is like pre-K. I feel like sometimes the world is so simple and people make it so complicated. And I'm specifically just gently talking about power. Any kind of power. Just like, I think being compassionate could save the freaking world. I think at least dedicating yourself to not being malicious and not taking your pain out on other people could save the world. And when you're mad, to take care of somebody. For me, if I'm hurt, to take care of somebody, anybody, and help a little bit just makes me not angry anymore. Because I didn't do a sadistic thing of, I give you my pain in a way that you'll never be able to understand it because I didn't relate it to you. I beat you with it. Like, you don't do that to people. It doesn't get anybody anywhere. It doesn't help. It doesn't help me. It doesn't help the other person. And just, I feel like things could be a heck of a lot simpler if at the very least it could be an expectation that we do as little harm as we can manage. And when we do harm, not to make up for that by harming ourselves, just apologize. Apologize and mean it and care. Just care. I don't know, for a while when I was a kid, it just seemed like it wasn't cool to care. And like, ugh. Like, as I guess on the cusp of Gen Z and millennial, I'm definitely a millennial. I'm the last of the millennials. I just feel like in school in the late 2000s and early 2000s, it being a thing where like certain groups of kids would just celebrate pain, and being around that, sort of being around the thing where it was popular to hate yourself in certain circles, like, God, like, we were children, I cannot believe. And then on top of that, we didn't support each other at all through it. Like, dude, where are the adults? Like, jeez, like, hello? Anybody paying attention? The kids ain't alright. I hope the kids are okay now. Like, if you're a kid, or any age really, if you're watching this at any point, I hope you're okay. It'll be okay. This is so silly. I don't know why you would be 4.5 hours and do a haircut video that takes forever with some rambling, quite older than you person. But you're gonna be okay. I don't know when. But when you think about it like math, it's quite literally statistically impossible for things to be bad forever. Like, talking from a probability standpoint. They just, the math don't work like that. The math ain't mathin', as people say. It'll get better. Whatever it is, whoever you are that you're going through. And I guess sometimes I say things out loud so that I can hear them myself. It'll get better. You're gonna be okay. Anyway, it's funny, a segue. One of my favorite movies is Amelie, the 2001 French film. And I think it's actually how I got so into like vintage nightgowns and slips, because I have this pair of chunky red boots, and which remind me of her red dress, and chunky loafers in the movie. I actually have a similar red dress that I really love as well, but just in the movie, which is sort of a comedy and like art film, is just times are hard for dreamers. And times are always hard for dreamers. You don't stop having dreams. Because then times wouldn't ever stop being hard. I don't know. I'm just talking out of just saying words. Another favorite scene in that movie that I really like is when the glass man says to Amelie, your bones aren't made of glass. You can take life's knocks. And she risks going out there and loving somebody. And it doesn't have to be love, it could be anything that you risk being vulnerable for. And I keep trying to tell myself over and over so I remember. Because, frankly, sometimes it does feel like my bones are made out of glass. But my bones aren't made out of glass. I can take life's knocks. I don't know. I thought even if I spoke a bunch of hogwash and just cut my hair, it'd be okay because I'd be making something. I'd be making the thing and I'd be doing what I want to do. And if it is something perfect, it doesn't matter. If it's not perfect, it doesn't matter. And maybe we need to just chill the F out. Like, maybe sometimes you just, as beautiful as the polished stuff is, you just need a break and just to chill. And like, if you want to chill here, chill with me. Just talking about so much media that I really love, and one of the ones is a series of unfortunate events. Literally, the world is quiet here. It's quiet. And I want my world inside to be quiet. I want to provide a place where somebody could come and sit and the world be quiet. In those books, the world is quiet here is the password to the library, where you can sit and you can read and learn as much as you want. And of course, the library is also totally a spy headquarters. But that's besides the point. It's a resource that you go to where the world is quiet, where not only do you recharge, but you make your game plan to get out of situations that you should not be in. Situations that you don't deserve to be in, that you didn't make. Because, I mean, the Baudelaire children certainly didn't make Count Olaf. It was, oof. Nefarious actors, am I right? I don't know. I don't even care if I'm cringe anymore. I'm just. But it's a place to think. It's a place to withdraw, a place to put your hair up in a ribbon like Violet and see what the heck you can do about the situation. Where you can focus, where you can rest. It's a library. I'm like, I don't know, that's silly. I like sitting and doing my hair because this is mine. This is a place where you're here. So, welcome. It's sacred here. But this is mine. It's not for anybody else. When I go outside with my hair stretched with roses in it, and I'm going to frolic in the park, it's cool. Other people notice and makes me happy, and I like making little Reddit posts and things like that. It's like validation. Neat, yo. Uh, but if I lived in the woods alone, I would be doing the same thing because it's what I want. It's just where it's so hard to put certain things into words, but like, it's kind of like my Animal Crossing island, which is literally called Solace Bay. When I sit and do my hair, no matter how tangled it is, no matter if it gets matted from depression, and I like sit down with the resolve to get through it, and I spend, I don't know, 6 hours with myself, and I sit and I think, the world is quiet. It's so nice. Like, there's no expectations of me except do the tedious thing until the tedious thing is done, and then you stop. And then you have some water and like dinner and you go to bed. And you've got one goal. It's just, I guess I've learned to delight in this. Like, this is that I chose for myself. And while I learn how to do it in other areas of my life, hey, 3/4. Ooh, it's like literally almost midnight. This corner's thinning a little bit too, which it wasn't before, so I'm a little bit concerned about that, but it's a lot less than the other side. For 3/4 of the way done. Oh boy. I don't know, it's like this is a work that always needs to be done, and I don't have to do it. It's my choice. I don't have to do it. I don't have to be like, I'm going to grow my hair to classic length next. It's going to touch the bottom of my butt and connect with my thighs. And then, if I can, I'm going to grow it to the floor. You know? Like, that's a personal choice. I could just cut my hair into a bob if I wanted to. So, like, there's nobody forcing me to do anything I don't want to do. And, like, I choose this kind of tediousness. It's something that I want for myself, which is, oh, it sounds weird. I think I take my hair and doing my hair, not necessarily like the aesthetic of having long hair very seriously. Like, I used to cut my hair off because it was just like, it's just hair, it grows back. But now I don't feel like it's just hair. Because I guess this is vaguely existentialist. I gave it meaning, and so it has meaning. And it means that I love myself. Which is cool. I like that. So, like, I'm chilling. Some 4.5 hours. And I'm, like, fake comfy. I'm chilling. Alright, I have something absolutely freaking ridiculous to show you. My sideburn has 2 parts. There's the short part that's this long. And then there's the long part. It's so weird. It's that long. And so I have ridiculously long sideburns, and that's made sure to part it out, so it's technically all sideburn. I just have absurdly long sideburns, and I really like them. Because I've told this absolutely absurd thing that, like, ladies don't have sideburns that end below this point, and it's just like, but why? Why should I care? I want weird sideburns, leave me alone. And so I did what I wanted. And now I have sideburns that I think are actually past. No, they're just hitting my waist. Just such a silly, just absolutely hilarious, foolish thing to be like. I can't believe I finished this whole side. It feels like I didn't trim my hair. Like, am I gonna watch this back and be like, you missed an entire section of hair? Is that what's gonna happen? So do you have fairy knots? Or are you free? I'm being forgiving with this part of my hair because it's just my sideburns. I don't need to have perfect hair, perfectly healthy hair, and I think that's why my hair is so healthy. Like, it's never perfectly detangled, never perfectly cut, never slicked, never just existing. I'm a cute little fluffy thing, and that is what I am supposed to be. And it's just so nice. Just having a grand old time. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I'm so behind on the lingo. Like, I just said lingo. Like a vampire. Or like a fae that just out of touch, completely out of touch. And I've heard a few cool online speak. And I can get down. Get down. Girl, are you okay? No, look, it's like 4:40 hours. It's been 4 hours and 45 minutes. No? Are you okay, Fernando? I've been trimming my hair for like 4.5 hours. Absolutely not. It's actually been 5.5 hours. And I said in the beginning, like, get really loopy. How are you? You okay? No, of course not. The only reason I'm live streaming this is specifically because I want it documented that this is how long it takes. I'm sorry, that's so funny to me. Are you okay? No? Thanks, though. Thanks for asking. It's genuinely been almost 4 hours and 45 minutes. If I don't go a little bit loopy after that much time, then I'm not human. I'm glad you're alright. That's good. Makes me happy. Are you gonna get some sleep? Is it late for you? Certainly late for me. Okay, so we're just gonna hang out together, Fernando? I said I was gonna trim my hair, right? And that it was gonna take forever. And this is what it's like when I do this in real life. So I thought that I would just leave evidence because even if the camera wasn't on, I'd still be doing this. I'm never gonna cut my hair on camera again unless I change how I do it. So it's just like a brief torture. And then I can go back to watching. Yeah, we're in the same time zone. That's so funny. This is my life today. I said I was going to be trapped in the dungeon of my bathroom. So I suppose it makes for like wonderful comedy. Yeah, I think I've went through the 5 stages of grief doing my hair. How's your day been? Sorry, girl, are you okay? Oh, that's funny. Thank you. Thank you for making me smile. I'm out here, surviving. At some cost to my composure, and then tomorrow I'll just walk around like nothing happened. Just flat, chilling. But, nah. No, I'm not okay. I'm tired. No, homie, send help. We're almost there. I'm sorry, this is so freaking funny. Sometimes I forget that this is, like, not normal. I wonder, like, I see a lot of, influencer videos, people trimming their hair, right? Or, like, doing things. And I wonder just how much it's edited down. Like, what are they leaving out? Are they spending as much time on this as me? Or am I just, like, the most anal person ever about detangling and trimming my hair? I swear to you, like, if you go to any point in this live stream, I'm either, like, getting, like, really freaking dark, or just being like, oh, I like flowers, and I like daisies. Oh, God. Oh, boy. I'm having fun, and then I'm gonna take my having fun butt to sleep. Just pretend like nobody saw any of this. And I'll leave it up because I said that I would, but this never happened between you and me. Okay? This is some other Chelsea. Oh, boy. I don't know if anybody is into Deftones, but just darkly, my brain is like, I could float here forever in this room. We can't touch the floor. And I mean, in the bathroom, I'm stuck here. I'm literally perched on a bar stool and stuck trimming my hair. We're getting there. Woo. That sounded a lot like the DuckTales theme song. Yeah, it's just getting slightly unhinged in here, and that's A-okay. This is an accurate depiction of what it's like trimming my hair. Just the stream of consciousness going on in my little head. It's so funny on Reddit, it's like probably perceived to be completely different. Oh, thank you. I'm really glad that you're having fun. I've never done this before, and I'm like an extreme introvert, so it's so nice to hear that you're entertained. Oh boy. Here we go. Tomorrow, this will seem like a distant dream. This is why I had to do it today, because I'm not doing this a second time this year. Blow drying this took 3 times as long. No. No, thank you. Like, it gets to the point where your hair gets so long that you don't even care about straightening it anymore. You're just like, can't be bothered. Takes too much time. So your hair ends up healthier just because it's such an inconvenience. And so I only really straighten it to cut my hair. And then I try to do all of it around my birthday, and then, oh, sweet mini twist relief. Oh boy. Mini twists are so nice because I can go swim. I could go can do whatever I want, and it's just little scrunchie, little bun, little ponytail. Oh boy. Thoughtless delight. Okay, alright, okay. You're in the home stretch, and by home stretch, I mean that it will probably be past 1 a.m. when we're done with this. We'll see. One of the things I really loved, like obsessively, like a concerning amount, when I was a child, I loved Scooby-Doo, and we had, I think, Scooby-Doo on VHS. I don't even know why they were still making Scooby-Doo on VHS in the early 2000s, like 2005, 2006. But the thing that comes up in my head all the time, especially when I'm doing my hair, is I think it's from Scooby-Doo and the Cyber Chase, because I would watch it like every day, is step right up and test your strength. This is a test of strength. And I'm every year I'm like at the threshold of the amount of patience and stress I have, and I'm just like, no, longer. And then I'm forced to be a more patient person because it's just, I want to be Rapunzel. And how do you be Rapunzel? Sacrifice. Sorry. Sacrifice your time. Give me your firstborn. Oh, we're getting there. This is fun though. Like, I've been told by my partner that I could probably have fun watching paint dry. I would just get like really into details of the paint drying. Like, oh, look at it sparkle. Look how it mats underneath the fan in the air. And it's just, I don't know. I spend a lot of time alone. So that's probably it. Oh boy. I did take a break to do my Duolingo lesson because the bird has a knife and we don't F with the bird. He may be cute, but he's something. I don't know if Duolingo, that bird, he's on Reddit, and like the things that account says, and like the things that the accounts on other websites say, or when you get reminders in your email from the bird saying, I know where you live, like I'm not even kidding you. I was watching The Owl House a while back, and there's like a Duolingo. Oh, I learn a little bit of French sometimes, and right now for like maybe 3 weeks, I've been learning a little bit of Mandarin. And personally, I don't think I'm good at either language. But my French score is a little bit higher. I think I'm, is it A2? I always forget what the scores are. I'm definitely not at B1, and I'm not A1 yet. So I'm A2, and then in Mandarin, I'm a brand new beginner. So I'm maybe at like the second unit in Mandarin. But I'm having fun, so I'm learning things in Mandarin, like, let's say, 这是蜜蜂. So, like, my pronunciation is terrible because I'm learning Mandarin from Duolingo. And also, I'm a beginner, but, like, this is rice, or 我是美国人. I'm an American, or 你的女儿, like, your son, or just basic sentences, or and in French, I'm taking a break from French because, frankly, I'm sick of doing tenses, and it's killing me. Like, I've gone past the past tense. All right, I might still be in the past tense or the future tense. One of the tenses. I used to speak French in high school. After that, I never spoke it again. Do you want to try? We could be bad at it together. French is it's fun, and you used to speak in French in high school. You didn't say you were bad at it, so maybe you remember a lot more than you think. So let's see. Also, my brain is only filled with Mandarin phrases right now, so that's even funnier. Bonne nuit. Comme ça va? I used so much back then in German too. Oh, I won't torture you then. It sounds fun. I think I had more trouble in like my courses learning French. I did some Spanish, in like high school and elementary school and stuff like that, and it was required. But and I lived. My foster mom was Puerto Rican, so for a couple years, I lived in a Puerto Rican household. And one of the things I say is I understand some Spanish. I don't speak Spanish because I was told that my Spanish, when I speak it, is literally so bad. It's like pain to the ears. So you're not alone in having certain languages that like little sore. Speak a little bit of Spanish. Hola. Oh gosh. My brain is only French now. Yeah, I don't speak Spanish. I can only understand it. That's really funny. Yeah. I have a lot of languages that I've tried and quite a lot of languages that I'm bad at, but I do them for fun. I don't really do them to be fluent. I do them to keep like my brain sharp and as something like consistent to have every day, a little accomplishment. I tried out a couple of other ones on there, so there was like ego and urban habit. Like I live in the city from Latin. And I tried that one out, and that one didn't last that long, to be honest. I don't know. You just try things out, and then after a while, you get the hang of it. And then in French, my recall is terrible, but my reading's not bad. So, like, if I went to Duo, I could fly through the thing. But as with Duo, it's like I need more practical, everyday practice, which is why I actually practicing a little bit of Mandarin, because I actually do interact with that language way more, because I really like C-dramas and like Chinese fantasy sword fighting. My face is covered in shea butter now. This always happens. My hair's flying like a flag from the fan. We're getting there, we're getting there, we're getting there, we're getting there, we're getting Okay. Here. Hopefully this isn't like nuts when I let it down. Oh boy. I have to repart my hair and I'm not even sure how to do that. Let's see. What else fun things are there to talk about? I've been looking at how to process roses like a florist from little YouTube tutorials because I bought myself a bunch of roses for my birthday. And one of the things that I was surprised to see is like people turning the roses upside down and spinning them as hard as they could. It's like, oh, I thought they were more fragile than that. So then I picked up the rose and I did that, and it went really well for like maybe 5 roses. And then the one that was a little bit weak, the petals started flying off as I was spinning it like this, like I was lighting a fire. And then I resolved to slow down because, oh, perhaps you're not supposed to go that fast. And then I learned how to reflex the petals, which apparently you can't do it when the roses are perfectly new because then the petals would just crack. But when they've got a little tiny, like a day or two age on them, what you can do is fold the petals back after you've spun them open up, and then put my hand inside the rose and sort of open it up so it's more like a cup shape. But you can fold the petals back to give it that nice fluffy rose shape. Why are there fairy notes haunting me? What is the purpose of that spinning roses? It's supposed to open them up so they look like fluffier. I don't have an example in front of me because these roses, for some reason, they're wilting faster than the other ones. I think I ran out of flower food for these. But you're supposed to spin them to get them to like, you know how grocery store roses can be tight like this? When you spin them, they kind of open up like this. And they're like wider and they look fluffier. So that before they die, like you get like the full effect and like a bigger looking rose than what you bought. So I saw a tutorial where a guy was teaching boyfriends how to make the bouquets for their girlfriends last longer, and it was really cool. And I also saw a couple tutorials from some florists. So these are like widely known tips apparently. Yeah, and you're supposed to, I guess, turn them upside down and spin the rose. And what it does is the rose at the bottom, as it spins, because it's going quite fast, it's opening and it's loosening the petals up from being so tight. So yeah, I just learned about that and I thought it was pretty cool and I tried it and the roses looked amazing. So my only complaint is that they didn't last very long, but I think it's because it's just so hot and I don't have AC. But you would think, roses being a June flower, it wouldn't matter if it was hot outside, and that's totally not the case. Oh man. We're almost there. It's okay. We're okay. Everything's fine. One of the things I really, really enjoy as well is I don't think you're ever too old for this. I love cartoons. Like, I love just really cute kids' cartoons. Like, I really love The Owl House. It's one of my favorite shows that I've seen recently. It was so sweet, and like, the premise of it was so cool. Like, I feel like all the shows I like have like a power of friendship, power of magic, love always wins kind of feeling to it. Like, I don't know. I'm just a big softie. So any kind of show where the good guys always win is so cool. Like, it just makes me happy. Like, I want the good guys to win. I want, like, love and hope and kindness to always prevail. And that doesn't always happen in real life. So, like, if I'm going to have a fantasy about something shown to me, I really want it to be one that, like, I'm going to enjoy. Where it's, I love it when things turn out okay. And, like, I feel like children's cartoons, they can be a little angsty, but there's less angst. You know, like, you know they're going to be okay because it's kids. Or, like, I don't know. I also like foreign dramas for that as well. Like I like Korean dramas a lot of the time, but you have to be careful with K dramas because you think everything's going to be okay in the first episode. Somebody gets hit by a car trying to take home chicken. It's always fried chicken. Why is it always fried chicken that they're trying to take home when they get hit by a car? It's the fried chicken curse. But yeah. I like K-dramas. I've been watching a lot of Chinese dramas, which people don't tend to get hit by cars in those. So that I see WTF. Oh, have you never seen a K-drama? Oh my god, they're so wild. Like, I thought I was watching something really sweet with, like, a nice romance, and it's a freaking murder mystery. You know, like a small town by the sea with a whole murder. And I was like, oh yeah, this is going to be great. I'm going to watch this and just have a good evening. And it's, I'm not going to give spoilers, but the one that, like, just really freaked me out, just how on earth did something so wholesome turn into something so dark? And I was watching Summer Strike, and it's just, it looks so sweet when you go to look at the titles of it and, like, what's going on. But, like, good lord. It's bad. I sometimes have to take a break from watching K-dramas. Like, they're so good. They just give you, they give me anxiety. Like, oh, cool, this is really nice. I'm gonna watch this one about the potato girl who wants to be a singer. Oh, who needs to get stranded on an island for 15 years with no help and only gets to eat potatoes for 15 years? Oh. And after all of that, after seeing all of that, I was thinking about watching the one where the girl gets turned into a chicken nugget. And then I was like, she's gonna get eaten, isn't she? So I never watched it. I don't know if she gets eaten. Probably not. But, like, I tend to have happy endings. But, like, man, the middle in Korean dramas? If you want to be entertained, if you want something to do in the wintertime when it's cold out, my favorite drama that I really love is a Chinese drama. Actually, there's two. My favorite Korean drama is My Liberation Notes, which is kind of like slice of life, but that's kind of dark too. But it's not like a bad dark. And again, it has, you know, things work out. But I also like Love Between Fairy and Devil, which is my favorite of all time, and things really work out in that. Jeez, the way there is turbulent. And I guess in a way I like that too. Like, it's not just happy-go-lucky because these people aren't going through something. They really are. But, like, I don't know, getting hit by a car trying to bring your child fried chicken on their birthday. That's a very specific one. But, you know, it works out after people die in Chinese dramas and then, sorry, in K-dramas. And then in Chinese dramas, it works out after some talking and understanding. I totally think that you should watch K-drama with your cousin one day and just have a sit down and see what you think and just go on the wild ride. What other things I've been watching? I've been watching different YouTube channels. Like, I've been enjoying watching some smaller YouTube channels lately. There's always some strange, complicated twisted story. I'm not gonna say the name, but whenever you try to describe K-drama out of context, you just sound nuts. Like, for example, the one in which a family of unnaturally strong women try to take down a supernatural level drug lord who's produced this drug that kills people, except the women are so buff that they could probably throw a house at you. And there's like this sadistic businessman that's like trying to make his fortune off of killing people with these awful blue drugs that they got from snails. It sounds like a fever dream, but I swear to you, that's the plot. That's really what happens. Then this terrifying man tries to blow people up, and then the grandma picks up the biggest, heaviest Buddha statue in the country from a distance just to show solidarity. Yeah, that's what happened. What do you mean, what? I love that one. It's just the parents are going through a dicey issue because, like, the mom is just too ripped, but not like in a, oh, I'm not attracted to you because you're so ripped way. It's just like, ma'am, you've become so overbearing. And I think that's the correct reaction, where like you don't get it until you watch it, and then when you're done, you're still sort of like, what? What did I just see? Hey? Yeah. Or my what is it? My Liberation Notes, or Nai Heibongyoji, is literally based around a girl going up to a guy, and it's just so done with everybody, and she's just like, listen, love ain't enough, worship me. And he's just like, yeah, okay, fine. And then he worships her by making her ramen. It was actually like really sweet. Just, yeah, I can't put that into context because it'll just be less funny. I don't know, but the K-dramas, they have value. I don't know. What else have I been doing? I've been finding lots of reason to hoard flowers. I recently decorated my apartment for my birthday, and one of the things I like to do in my spare time is a lot of origami. Hey, we're almost there. So I've got origami lotuses and little flower cutouts, and origami cranes that are like half the size of this line here of my finger, which are really nice, that were painstaking to fold, but if you have a bone folder, it's pretty cool. Not too bad. That was from a couple birthdays ago where I made, might have been 25, so I made 25 tiny origami cranes. And there's this thing, I think it's called Zen Bazaar in Japanese, where you make a thread of origami cranes, right? And in that thread of cranes, you make 1,000. It doesn't matter if they're different sizes, but if you want to string them up and hang them to display them. But when you make 1,000 cranes, you make a wish. And I've never done it before, but it's like one of my bucket list things to do, is sit there and every day, or it doesn't even have to be consecutively every day, you just need 1,000 cranes total. And like, clearly I like doing tedious things. Oh man, it's hot. I'm so tired of being warm. I'm not though, because the alternative is being too cold, so I guess I'll start putting water in the freezer or something. I only have a fan in my house, like a tiny little fan about yay high, and that's it. I don't have AC, and we've got a heat advisory for the next few days. And like, it's hot. So warm. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a spinach container and I'm going to fill it to the brim with water and freeze the thing rock solid overnight. And then I'm gonna sit it in front of my fan, and then I'm gonna sit myself in front of the ice, which is in front of the fan, and I'm going to lay there and be cooled off. Put it in a YouTube video. Put what in a YouTube video? The fan? No. Origami crane. Yeah, that would be really fun to do. Just sit and like make origami cranes. Maybe it could be a thing where like it's a challenge. It's like a meditative thing, and as you make 1,000 cranes, you think about what kind of wish you would like to make. That's a good idea. Maybe at some point, yeah. I mean, it'd be really cool to do that and then string them up. And then once you're done, it's not like they disappear. You get to have it. And some people take the entire strand of origami cranes and they dip them in wax, so they'll last a really long time. Which is really neat to look at. Like, if you are interested, I think they're called Sen Bazaar, and you can see like strands of them either in white or in different colors, like hung outside of temples, I think. You could have them in your room as well. Or inside your apartment. Almost there. Almost there. If you've been here for this long, or if you're dropping back in, thanks. This is pretty neat. And you can say hi if you like to say hi. I'm really not scary. Most of the time. Oh man. Okay, alright. Just a few more snips and then we're good. We're good. Goodbye, clump of hair. Hello, nice fresh ends. Gosh. What else is there? I have a summer bucket list. Some of the things I want to do this summer is go in my car and go for a drive on a rainy day with the back seats of my car folded down and put blankets and pillows in the back of the car, find somewhere to park, and just take sort of like a dried snack picnic and pastries and maybe order a pizza slice somewhere and just lay in the blankets and pillows in the back of my car while the rain falls and read a book. Like read lots of books, play Animal Crossing, play Minecraft, and just literally just spend the whole day, like a nice rainy summer day, just parked and being sleepy and comfy in my car. Just, it's a hatchback, so like in the trunk, you can fold the seats down and just, it's more than enough room for me to sit back there and just listen to the rain on the rooftop. That's literally a lot of school lyric, which is so funny. Look. What the heck? Oh, okay. There it is. I can't actually see through this at all, so a little lost. We're almost there! Yay! It's... oh boy. I would like to point out that I was asked if I was okay almost exactly an hour ago, I think. Time has no meaning. There we go. We just have 2 more sections to cut and then we're good. I might do this again because it was fun, but like, I think I would literally go insane if I did a live stream of blow drying my hair like this. So, there it is. Almost there. I feel like I'm counting down the new year at this point. Like 5, 4, 3, 2, freedom. I'm not really sure what else I can tell you about in these last couple minutes, except maybe going around to get right back off at cutting my hair. It used to not take this long because my hair was shorter. And you would think when you cut your hair, you only have to really worry about the ends, but it needs to be detangled for you to cut it. And, well, no matter how many times I detangle it, if I'm going to sleep on it, if I'm going to go throughout the day because of how shrinkage works, it's just going to get tangled again. So one of the best things you can do if you're finger detangling or detangling 4C hair before you cut it, do it while you're cutting your hair. Don't even bother to do it separately. Just don't bother. Thought it would make the video shorter. I'm just gonna focus so I don't have a knot at the last minute. Oh boy. Oh, wait, are you the other one? Okay. We're almost there. There's a certain point in time, like sort of when you're running, and I don't know if you've gone for a run before, where your legs just go numb and you just start to forget the feeling that you have a body. Like your legs just disassociated themselves from you. Like, I don't want to speak to you anymore. But I think my brain just did that to me. I would like to cut this section. Oh, well, there goes that. Let's see if it's janky or not. I can't believe I managed to get through the whole thing. So, in order to stretch this, I'm going to put this one up while I take the others down and then take it down again. It's thick. I've got 4 buttons now, and it's done. It is finished. I'm gonna have a snack. I'm so excited to have a snack. This is why I didn't show blow drying my hair. Like, there's a video on here of me blow drying my hair, and it's just 20 minutes of me doing one section. But like, this is sort of just a glimpse into how I got my hair so long. I'm very patient. And there's certain things I have no patience for. And then there's others. Actually, I started this an hour into doing my hair. There's a video of the first hour that I haven't posted because my phone got too hot. So I literally had to do it on my laptop because it couldn't handle taking that much footage, and just went ahead and made a live stream. And also before this, there's about at least 2 hours of live streams before this one where I was figuring out how to live stream and I was still doing my hair. So it's a lot more than 5.5 hours. But I won't be doing this again until next year. That was my eye. Sorry. I'm finished. Like, when you spend that much time on something, who needs illicit substances when you could just feel done with something when you've spent this much time on it, and then it's just like, feel giddy? Oh my god. Oh, jeez. It shrunk so much in just a couple of hours, too. That's so much hair. And then I guess I'll do a length check. Nice. Oh boy. I feel so much better now though, and it looks so much better. It feels so good. Holy crap. So I'm just gonna get up now and shake my head. My legs. My legs, they don't work, they are broken. I regret. So, that's why my arms are buff. Got this. Oh, it's defying gravity. It's so fun. Oh! Hi. So, this is shrinkage. And my hair is cut. I don't even know what to say. It's done. We're done. And so, like, usually when I cut my hair, the result is that this curves into this. And there's a little bit of separation because I'm not a professional. And since I don't use combs, it's not going to look that incorporated. But, oh, it's so much easier to comb through with my hands. We're here, and here, on the sides. Oh, it feels good to lean backwards. Oh, okay. I'm gonna try to keep my head straight. Here, after the haircut. So I got a lot of it off, but not too much. I was here. So I think that's about an inch. Oh, my butt's not sweaty. It's such a weird thing to say, but and then my bangs. Oh boy. I swear, if you were not and you remain, I will punish you. Like Sailor Moon. Ah, that's what I thought. These are where my bangs are. Let me just make sure my head is straight. I usually measure my sides for my sideburns. It's funny how even it comes out. It means my hair is like kind of just wherever it's unhealthy, it's about the same rate all around, so I don't really have to think about it. And we just cut off basically that much. But I don't do an exact science, I just cut off what's see-through, and I'm happy with that. So, sides, bottom of my rib cage, almost waist in the front. I'm sure it's different if I pick it up from the back. Oh wait. Oh no, that is nice. Okay. Gratuitous fluffing. Let us be done. Where's the chair? There's the chair. Okay. The rest of the hair is on the floor, but it's not that much, and I don't feel like grabbing it. This is how much hair I cut off. Minus like a tablespoon. Tablespoon hair sounds so gross, and that's going in the garbage. Okay. That's it. Thanks for watching. If you have any questions, I'll like hang around for like 5 more minutes, I guess, and then I will dip and dots the heck out of here and drink so much water. I'm so thirsty. I did it! I live streamed almost the entirety of cutting my hair, and all of the bits that I left out will go in a playlist. Again, this is my hair. This is my hairline. There's a little thinning spots I have in my hair. And just you know, but it's like oatmeal. It's just really thick. You can't see my scalp anymore. But the thing about this is I have to twist my hair now. I have to put it into at least a couple of chunky twists, maybe 8. And then I can rest, because we don't go to sleep with hair outside of twist. But I guess I'll just stay. But like, I think it's better if people actually like sleep. Maybe you should sleep. Yeah. Oh gosh. I'm just gonna do what I need to do here. I'm gonna make 4 chunky twists. I'm tired. That's good enough. Stretched is good enough. Oh, I'm just gonna put my hair in 4 chunky twists, wrap it in a silk scarf, drink water, and go to sleep. That's it. I've cut my hair, and that's all of it. Really? I've just got to put it up so it doesn't tingle at night. And that way, we're all good. So that's the thickness of a quarter of my hair. I'm just gonna wrap it up and And there's the other side. Bring it down. Open up. It's like a maple. At least the birds aren't singing yet. We haven't gone that far into the morning. So that's what that looks like, especially if I let the twist start going. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to take this. And this is the silliest protective style, but I sleepy. And then after this, after I enjoy freshly cut hair and wearing my hair down, it's right back to nice, shrunken, manageable, not eating me alive hair with my mini twist. I think I'm doing mini twists next, at least mini twists or chunky twists, so that all of this work doesn't go in vain. Here we go. It's a candy. Okay. One last quarter. Goodbye, hair. Maybe I'll do this again one day. This is really fun. Get that all in there. Give it a good solid twist. Not like pulling, so none of this is pulling on my edges. You can see this really moves around. So I don't mess around with it and try to be gentle because those places need being gentle. All of them are quite loose, and it's a protective style, even if it's one that you wouldn't typically wear outside. Protective is good enough for rest. I give up now. Good night. Thank you for watching. It was really fun, and thanks for asking questions and saying hi. And I'll see you in a more normal YouTube video another time, but this has been how I trim my tailbone length 4C hair. Bye, Fernando. Okay. Alrighty. Bye. Thanks for watching. I sleep now.